minutes will be the whole consent agenda. We will hold, but does anyone have any questions or anything with the installation of mobile repair? We have transit certification services, title research contract, liability insurance, premium contract. Any questions? All right, Mrs. Weaver, could you
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The presentation starts on page 13 of it. Talk off of the key highlights page, which is on page 14. So we're reviewing the May year-to-date May 2020 financial statement for 11 months. There's not any new revelations versus the previous month's briefings. As you can see, that our revenues are unfavorable versus budget by about $4.9 million, and this is as we reported in prior months due to the unfavorable federal fund due to lower than budgeted operating expenses, which is about $5.45 million of revenues, and it's offset by favorable interest income about $458,000. As you can see in this section right below, our operating expenses are lower than budget by $3.9 million, but $59.4 million. The biggest portion of that, as we reported in prior months, is the labor portion, which is $4.48 million, and this is basically static with what the budget year to be April. As you're aware, that April 9th, we increased the top wage rate, so we have the rate variances offsetting. So we basically have push from month to month versus budget. So pretty much expect pretty much the same for June going forward. In addition to the labor, we continue to have favorable materials and supplies. This is primarily being driven on the fuel side, which also $1 million in favorability, and we're very pessimistic at the February, March, April timeframe of 2022 for the price of fuel we're doing. And so that's offset partially by some their prices when they're purchasing the parts due to supply chain issues. We are favorable in the timing of consulting projects. That's primarily in planning. That's attributable to the transition strategic plan and ridership study, and it's offset. And that fair lab has a promotion which is being offset by the materials supplied by the department. The other main item of favorability is in the insurance and safety, which is about $433,000 at this point in time. We're going through our provision for not reported, that will be adjusted, so I expect some time to go right. So currently, in month of June, as we book our new regulations. So year to date, we're about $5.6 million surplus. We expect that to, as I previously said, was about 3.6 to 4.6 range. I expect this to probably settle down a little bit as we book our year-end accruals or incurred but not reported, and other encumbrances related to some of these projects. Balance sheet and cash flow. We have a strong balance sheet with a cash position of $1.5 million of the $7.4 million are in the operating cash account. And then obviously where we can follow that sawtooth cash flow. We're expecting a strong cash position at the end of the year as well. Cash flow didn't make it into the deck, but I can share with you. We're expecting the cash balance of around $7.9 million at the end of June. Very healthy. We do have a couple of receivables outstanding that funded in July, so we're expecting a cash position at the end of July around $12 million as we move to CBTA Q1 2020. Speaking of CBTA, I'll go through the CBTA chart here as our quarterly expense reporting is due to CBTA by August 15th. So I'm going to show you the quarter ending June 30th. As you can see here in the receipts, we've had strong we're averaging about $2.6 billion a month. These are the receipts that came in April, May, and June, which basically are distributions for the March, April, and May. We've seen strong interest income return in LGIP, about 63,068, averaging mid-60s. In addition, you'll see that we have our excess cash in Wells Fargo's investment in Treasury Sweep is earning almost about 490 basis points. So you'll see that we started that in April, so we had it's posted the first of the month following, so June 1st, 34,000, and then in July 1st, we posted another 49,000. Minimal expenditures outflow. You can see that we funded the fourth quarter operating capital expenses better, so we ended the year with a $36.1 million cash balance. That $36.1 million, as you can see, there's about $13.6 million in Wells Fargo, 100,000 is just to pay. The other $13.5 million is invested in the Treasury Sweeps in Wells Fargo, and the balance of the LGIP is $22.5 million. LGIP was earning 360 basis points in the month of June, and the sweeps are about 490 basis points. So, all in all, strong financial position, as you can see. We have about $35,461,000 that's in the combination of Wells Fargo as well as LGIP that's available for fiscal 24 and 25 funding for operating capital. So based on the so with that, my comments and give them a question.
Question. All right, thank you, sir. So, as soon as Andreas walk in, we'll touch balls and we'll discuss and we can get it out of the way. In the meantime, let's start with the board retreat and the agenda that we have before us. Shirley will come forward with some opening remarks and see the rest of the workshop overview strategy, structure, riders, GRTC goals. So GRTC and I are the same age. I turned 50 in 12 days. So you'll see with the start date, we'll see who will see it first. So I think
it's just putting everything up.
But to some young, to some old, you don't do that. So some of them,
Only a process. All right. So good morning, everyone. We want this retreat to be informal, informative, but also interactive. So we have a couple of exercises that we can get your input on, so that we're not just standing or sitting here talking at you, but also getting you involved. So as you can see on the agenda, Chairman Nelson just went over basically what we're going to do. Our morning session is going to be on structure and strategy, our riders, and our performance. Then we'll have lunch come in, and then we'll have afternoon session with our growth and expansion, our financial projections, continuing projections, as well as what we can do to get you all more engaged. So first off, we want to talk about our 50th anniversary. This is the year of celebration. So GRTC was founded, or I should say purchased, on April 12th, 1973. It was originally the Virginia Transit Company, but then it became a public agency that was purchased wholly by the city of Richmond in 1973. 1989 is when Chesterfield County purchased a portion, half of the ownership of Greater Richmond Transit. And then in 2000, we actually became known as GRTC Transit. So I say that for the reason why I say that is that it's in it. So of course, in 2010 is when GRTC moved into our new facility on Baltimore Water. Prior to that, we were in the West End on Davis Avenue. 2012 is when we got our first vehicles. 2018, of course, is when we opened the Pulse line, and then we also did their expansion service. And then 2020 is when we expanded our board. So for 2023, we have a lot of things planned to celebrate. We want to wrap up us with our history. We also want, and the inside of the bus, we have town cards, and we want to put our history timelines there on some of our vehicles. We want to do a transit museum that shows through the years. We've already started our social media campaign, so hopefully those of you who have social media see our video. If not, we can show it to you. We're going to purchase GRTC swag specifically for our anniversary. We're going to use this as part of our email signature. We're going to develop a GRTC yearbook for some of our past employees and current employees. So we want to have a GRTC family event. One of the ideas that we've thrown around is kind of carnival, where employees can bring their families and children and just make it a fun day. And last, we want to do a gala, which we're considering having at Nation Station, a gala where we can partner with have sponsors and dress up and just celebrate. So those are some of the things that we have planned, and we're open to any other suggestions that you all may have. But in the meantime, to kick off our anniversary on July 1st, we put a video out. And Adrian's going to show you the video. Okay, sorry, please. It's on the screen.
This month, GRTC celebrated 50 years of connection. For the past 5 decades, we have been working together as riders, drivers, and as a greater Richmond, stronger and more unified power transit. This remarkable milestone is not just throughout our history. When we think about what we've accomplished so far, our more than 30. This month, GRTC celebrated 50 years of connection. For the past 5 decades, we've been bringing people together as riders, drivers, and as a greater Richmond community made stronger and more unified through the power of transit. This remarkable milestone would not have been possible without the support and dedication of the countless individuals who worked for, supported, and promoted GRTC throughout our history. When we think about what we've accomplished so far, from our more than 30 fixed routes to our paratransit service and the overwhelming success of the Pulse, it's clear that the future of GRTC and transit in Richmond is headed in the right direction. It's been a journey getting to this point, but stay on board with the ride. Here's to the next 50 years of moving the Richmond region.
So our marketing team developed that logo, which I thought was pretty clever, using GRTC. So I'm proud of what they did with that. But I mentioned to you that in 2000, we became known as GRTC Training Center. So in 2023, we want to streamline that even further and just be known as GRTC. We feel like GRTC Training Center does it. GRTC stands for Free Training. So we actually have a new brand that we are. I jumped in. Yeah. There we are. So those are our brands through the years, through history. We have an orange color scheme from 73 to 95, and we moved to black. And then in 2000, it was the GRTC Transit System. And now in 2023, it's going to be GRTC. And we also have a new tagline, which is connecting the Richmond region. And now for the activity. Yes. like Cheryl said, we want this to be interactive and for you guys to get what you want out of it. And of course, benefit and the strategy of the agency as well. So kicking off, asking 3 questions for you, and then we'll get into kind of what we've been working on as far as strategic planning. So first question, what does public transportation mean to you as a member of the transit agency's governing board? And a quick discussion, knowing that none of you have served this role before.
I'll be happy to. I mean, for me, it's connected. It's visitors, residents, business owners, workers, being able to connect the pieces of our region. Easily, obviously, not about public, but for me, it's connected. It's being able to get from home to a shop, to a retail, to an amenity, to the airport. That's what public transportation should mean to the residents and visitors.
It means 2 things. Opportunity, one, and I think that's both for people who don't have any other choices to have opportunity, and for people who have transportation choices to have another way of getting around. The other is competitiveness with other regions, because that's an important part of being seen as a vibrant metropolitan area.
The public part of it means that it should be available to everybody, region, transportation, multimodal.
Giving people options.
Well, I think for to serve on this board, really blessed me that we want the definition of what public means and how we are really striving to serve the entire region. With executive
So, I guess what I would like it to be is that it's a choice for most people. And unfortunately, I think the perception, not of the board, but the perception of people in my county is that it's there for people that don't have another choice. I don't even know if I want that or not. Where we need to make sure that the perception as a board and as an organization, we need to make sure that that perception is put out, that it is truly a choice, truly an option for those that don't necessarily need it, but that it is a first class experience that they want to participate in as well, which can free them up from having to find parking and a bunch of other things that, quite frankly, I don't think the citizens of Chesterfield view it the way, as I'm looking at it different than as a board member than as my citizens that I'm dealing with. Because to get buy-in for expansion in Chesterfield, we need really, if we go up 60, that's going to be where people would be making the decision because they wanted to make the decision, not because they had to make the decision. Where on one, there's more of a decision being made because they need to make the decision, that they don't have a choice. And I think we need to broaden that out for everybody. I don't know if you have parts of it right there that feel that way. I don't know what the perception of the public is, but that's, to me, it's not as much about what I think, it's more about the perception that we portray to our citizens.
I think a commitment from local government to move people around efficiently. I think that's another thing. Yeah, all of us are here representing localities, the 3 larger localities in the region. All of us are committed to a certain degree to this public tool, so being able to be effective and making sure it's available and that if somebody wants to use it, they absolutely can. And that I know right now we're falling short in that area, but I think that's something that we are all trying to work towards. So to me, it's just having the tool available.
Very good. So I would say yours with a successful transit agency policy decisions really do make impact on kind of this regional growth and use. And a lot of you'll see it throughout, but you guys also hit on a lot of other things as far as objective destinations, connections. Like Cheryl mentioned, the branding, that will touch on a little bit later, but a big piece of doing that and kind of reclaiming what GRTC is out there, streamlining our imagery sort of way, using this GRTC to show that we aren't redundant, we are actually going to be professional out there with that look, multimodal, very key. We mentioned vibrancy of it so that we are incentivized for corporations to come in as well as we are prepared to like a raw or something like that. Transit systems usually are for fabric for cities if we want to do revitalization. So all of that for the people, you guys hit on a lot of things that are too tough. So with that, you have also learned a lot. I think you have a unique perspective, kind of highlight things in the back with your education or that seems to kind of be a challenge we have to talk to more like things to understand transit. It is a lot more complicated than just getting on the bus. Very, very complicated. Shaving her head. So with that, now that you've been on the board for about roughly a year, what is something you learned about GRTC that you did not learn before, that you kind of feel like it would be beneficial that others in the region would also benefit to know that could be successful for transit?
I'll go first again. I learned something a little more in depth than I might have already known. It's about on-time performance. So in my other world, my other job, I have a lot of employees that count on the bus to get to work. They're like downtown clients. So a lot of my staff drives bus and run the bus to work. I knew that on-time performance was important, but communication of on-time performance is probably the most thing I learned about GRTC. One of my goals, long term, I don't think I've ever discussed it with this board, is communication of the bus. For example, you go to Disney and you sit there and the sign says it'll be here in 3 minutes. I was in Atlanta the other day, I was waiting for that train to come and it said train will be arriving in 45 seconds. I'd love to get to the point where that was abundantly easy for a rider to use because on-time performance to them is not just trying to get to the store on time or get to their science museum, it's to get to work. And we have, I will tell you this, we have adjusted internally because of my time on this board, holding employees accountable for being late to work. Because they truly tried. They truly did what they needed to do to be there, but they're 7 minutes behind or not. So I learned about on-time performance and communicating with the rider and the importance of it from a career perspective.
Two things again. Microtrains, I think, has been very eye-opening for me. And your point about others have done more about this. I mean, I think that's one of the catalysts for getting a lot more ridership in there, more people understand what opportunities other than the big great bus out there. So that's been something that I've learned. The other thing is, I just think really on a human scale beneficial is when we hear public comments and we hear how impactful some of the responses about what wouldn't have happened, but for being able to get around. I think that's very helpful. And I think that can be, not to abuse the real human stories, but people like to hear success stories, whether it's riders who don't have a choice or whether it's choice riders who hear the stories, they can start to see themselves in that position to maybe they'll give that a try. So I think there's some value in the appropriate way making more public some of these wonderful stories that the system is doing for individuals around the region.
Do you want each one of us to answer?
You don't have to. No, don't go out with it. Do that.
So what I've experienced has been really a tremendous learning, and it's been quite rewarding to process of really understanding, what is needed and what is required to run a transit company. The basic, the different levels of engagement that is required, and so many levels, and then we do a survey the public, to be able to get the level of, customer service, ratings that, that you guys have been successful in getting with your customers, customer base, is outstanding. And when we had an opportunity to go through the process of looking for leadership here, and the candidates that we had an opportunity to interview, you know, I experienced that was quite a learning curve for me to look at what's going on with others and how they see where this company is in comparison to others. And we ranked very well, and even though the history of this company is probably different from many other transit companies that we know. But I just want to commend the staff that has been here for years, that have carried this company to have the reputation that it has in the industry, in the city, the success that you all have successfully done to move this company forward. And I'm grateful that we come to a place that we recognize the importance of having a regional board. And I think that's going to be the magic to us, really providing quality regional transit service in this metropolitan area.
I was gonna, I had a couple of notes. So different type of riders, different modes, multifaceted operations, and I could cost a lot of money. The biggest thing is, the elected on the board, once we, when the conversation started about putting electeds on the board, two persons on the board reached out to me separately, saying that the first thing that GRTC would do was put in that position. And I've seen over the year, and I really feel like it's probably one of the better things, because all of us have a certain level of commitment to our jurisdictions. You know, understand finances, you know, that ties in, but we all have a level of influence that we can use. And I think for GRTC to move forward quickly, it takes having people on the board who are invested in their local communities, who don't have to go selling something to somebody they don't understand. I'm sure Jim, Dan, myself, Ellen, Andreas, Ellen maybe more so because she's in the city, and a lot of the ridership comes out of the city. But for the rest of us, we didn't know how GRTC can work with GRTC work. So now, and there's things they got to bring our board, we really are real advocates when it comes to our boards and our councils, because we understand, you know, it's one thing to be, it's like that politics versus policy conversation. And a young girl I talked to yesterday, she's going to start an intern meeting, and I asked her what she wanted to do, what do you like, what you don't you like? She literally told me that she doesn't like politics, but she wants to do policy. And that's it's like when you're on the outside of something, it's the politics part of it, you can just ramble off what you think. But once you're on the inside, you can see what it actually really takes, and it kind of changes the way we talk about it. So I think of being on the board, the biggest thing my takeaway is after a year, I have so much more knowledge about the operation that it forces me to think about transportation and public business.
So on that theme, I think our perspective is different than previous boards because they didn't have elected officials. But GRTC was really something that was over there that, as a member of the board of supervisors, we really didn't even have a lot of input. We didn't have anybody really come now we've been within the county been talking about, okay, so what does that mean for our planning? Like, what does it mean for GRTC? Because GRTC at this point pretty much gets told, well, we're gonna add this, not, hey, we need to look at what GRTC is doing, and these are the places we should incentivize something to be added because it makes sense. Like, it's changing the whole conversation around public transportation. And I don't think that was taking place until we had the makeup that we do now. So I think we have a totally different perspective than any board prior to us. But what is done to benefit the region is we'll be able to really, truly plan as a region to look at how we can grow. And I don't think that's ever been part of the discussion. And I know it wasn't in Chesterfield. And Henrico wasn't on the GRTC board, so they may have had some discussion about it, but how do you even make that work? Because if you're not part of the system, how are you going to work within the system to get that need and that information? So I just think that the biggest benefit to the region is all of us being able to work together as a regional partner.
Yeah, Cheryl and I've had several conversations where we were very excited. It's an opportunity for the RTC. All seems to align with CBTA and having the new board really got a difference. Barr came to me on Friday, was it, at CBTA, and mentioned Chesterfield to apply for the raise grant, and it was micro trade. That's huge for Chesterfield to be including that in the beginning of a project. Rico's been doing that for a while, but I know there's big instances where like we were supposed to be on the agenda from Rico. You know, there's so many things that go on, trains get dropped off. So now you guys are all on the table, and just great for GRTC where the education is already there. Last question, and then we'll get into some more content. Out of today, what are you guys hoping to get? So that means we either streamline this whole meeting, or we can make sure we're getting certain topics for you guys. And you've seen the agenda, so if it seems like it's good, or is it,
I'll just say, shared vision. I think we have it. Mr. Nelson's exactly right. I think we created a direct pipeline really for communication from your seats to the jurisdictions with this change, I think. But as we move forward, we're only going to be as strong as we move forward together regionally. So for me, it's shared vision so we can go back and do the things that you just mentioned. Then Chesterfield knows what they want to do and what they want to accomplish as part of the piece. And then I go to Richmond, but we know what we want to do to accomplish the end goal. And I think we had conversations about it monthly. Coming out of today, we'll have the 4, 5, 6 things that we're trying to get done. And then we're each going to go back and we're going to do what we can do for our jurisdiction, but we're going to have those end goals in mind. So for me, coming out of here is a game plan, I think. But I will say that I think you all have done a good job, this board done a good job. I think I know that game plan, I think most of us do, but I hope this just kind of solidifies what we're going on in the long term.
I want to add one thing. I want to just double down on what Jen said. As we go forward, as it relates to creating a perception of what GRTC for the community, and it's not just a transportation mode for people who have to use it, but it is, an opportunity. Now you go to different localities, and we're starting to see that in the city of Richmond, where people are using public transportation they want to, not because they have to. And you see that in different localities, and hopefully we can create it where it's so available that regardless of what you live, you can make the choice. And I think hopefully that's what, that's what we get to, where people look at when GRTC passes by, it is something that I can make the choice to do. It's not just people on the bus have to do it. So whatever we can do to continue to create it.
I think that's a very valid point. And I think it's a mission where collectively schools need to embrace and put forward. And when we look at our marketing and our branding and those kinds of campaigns, we really need to be should be choice because it's great. We've got to have a very competitive spirit about what this company is really all about. And we need to be marketing ourselves to this transportation source that the region has to offer. And as we do that, you go to some cities and folks will say, oh, just jump on a line, jump on this line. It never phases you that this is just a transportation system for those that can't afford anything else. And this regional approach and having a regional board, I think, gives us that opportunity to embrace that spirit and believe that that's the brand that we want this company to represent the region. So that's very encouraging. And I think that we need to keep in mind what brought us to the place that we would finally decide, oh, it's time to have a regional. Okay. And we need to be mindful of that. Because if we are consistently influenced by regional source of revenue being one of the ways that brings us to the table, then that what's in it for me concept will continue to be an underlying thread that can be challenging for us if we don't change that to make it more about marketing, a company of great flexibility, accessibility, and a real mode of transportation for this region.
I know our monthly meetings are very practical in mind. Obviously, board retreats are strategic in nature, but I hope we'll be innovative, and I hope we'll be aspirational, and I hope that it shouldn't have to be said, but if we push the edges of ideas for strategy's sake, I'm hoping that everybody here will not leave ideas that come to their mind as we're talking about things in their brain. I hope we'll put it all out there. I hope we'll crazy things will be said, because that's where crazy things is where innovation happens. And so if we have ideas, let's get them out. It's the perfect time. We're all very busy. But the rest of you, that's not.
Thank you all for your input. A lot of what you said also discussed. We had a similar exercise with staff members and a lot of the same things out of that. Glad to see we're all in the same page. So we already talked about the brand, so we can move past that. I do want to highlight another thing that why we did the tagline and why it's different. Our old tagline was getting ready to connect, and a criticism of it as we were going through it, wanted to just kind of capture the new brand was, well, why are we always getting ready? And it just kind of fit with who GRTC was, where everyone was getting ready to connect, but never really was a successful regional connection. So now we want to claim that we are actually connected to the region, not getting ready to.
Dumb question number one. What's the reason behind setting aside the two ends in a different color shade? I'm looking at it over here. I'm seeing green. Is there a
person?
And I don't mean it to be a leading question. I'm just curious.
Now, I don't know if there's a specific thing that's highlighted with it or some opportunity for a contrast. Yeah, we're really trying to make the statement throughout lots of imagery as well. All right, you want to talk about our did with the group? Like Cheryl was just mentioning in the beginning of May, May 1st, before that, Cheryl, John, and I all got together, and Joe as well, and we visited our new one changes, we visited our mission, and we kind of came up with the proposed one. Same thing with our vision, our core values, all our objectives, just that out of ourselves. And then in May, we went and met with basically a management team at GRTC. Similar amount of time, we kept them from 9 3, I think, and we went through all of those. So our original mission was to provide clean, safe, and reliable transportation, improve mobility and access throughout the city. Wasn't bad, but it was just kind of a matter of fact, not necessarily saying what we existed for. So some of you guys get to the connected theme, and you guys all mentioned as well, but we see our mission as connecting people to opportunity by providing safe, sustainable, and equitable transit. So for everybody, not just, as you mentioned, kind of those transit populations, but not only talk about opportunities, we mean all of the above, literally quality of life, recreational, health, jobs, family, healthcare, education, all of that. If you want to be able to connect you to that, so you can have quality of life. Any reactions to this? So you can have the proposed in front of it. Go ahead.
So I know you need to keep things in brief, so you got to, you don't have long lists or anything.
Yeah.
The thing that jumped out in my mind is this idea of trying to go beyond non-choice riders, choice riders, the word efficient. For me, sustainable goes without saying, because we can, without saying it, know that we're a transit company that's here for long haul. I don't know what you gain by saying sustainable, and if you were to put efficient in there, it may spark something that is for all riders. That's
Being sustainable is supposed to be inclusive of like one of three, not so much the sustainability, but I think both. But yes, I think efficiency could be another consideration.
Is that a core function of the transit company, or is it one of the ways we want to operate that is in keeping with values versus the core mission? Our core mission is not to be green. Our core mission is to get people around as many of them as we possibly can.
Right. Any thoughts?
I would take opportunity out and just go straight to providing safe, sustainable. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I like opportunity, though. I mean, that's what we're doing, connecting people to opportunity. I mean, that's, you know, opportunity, whatever it is. As Adrian said, word, whatever. Our job is to get you to where you're trying to go in a state. I like efficient, though. I like efficient.
It's more efficient to take opportunities out, but I like them both.
It's funny, I think it's funny, but a couple minutes ago, you asked us 3 questions. And I had not seen the slide, I don't think I did. But I talked about connecting, we talked about opportunities, and we talked about equity.
It's interesting and pretty legit.
I love it, but I also support it. I think efficiency is important for the people who use the system. So I love it.
I don't know if I would say take sustainable out, but I do think efficient is important. Yeah. But I like the rest of it. I mean, when I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, we cleaned that up pretty good. Yeah.
More curiosity question, what was the thinking behind changing transportation?
I guess we were just thinking about the bus in that instance, or multiple malls, not the
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the buses are set up so you can put your bike on the bus and that transit, I don't know, it's a cleaner, newer, more efficient word.
No space transportation is good for just, you know, connectivity. You are feeling one way or another, or just why we change it?
Transit is generally perceived as more narrow, it is more functional, but if the goal is more multimodal, then transportation perhaps more appropriate.
Okay.
But I don't feel strong enough to say.
Okay. So adding efficiency, being sustainable, and
That moves my vote. because I
She
like
did as soon as she was out there.
We decided yours was more efficient, but we liked it.
All right, so our vision, our current vision, GRTC Transit System seeks to become the leading provider of world-class transportation service and mobility solutions. It just seems extremely ambitious as far as world-class in terms of you're never gonna be there. So let's have a realistic goal, but a little bit more regional as far as success. Still want to be the best. So become the region's first choice, well integrated. Go back to first choice. Someone mentioned it, where we want to have people who not just transit-dependent riders, but choice riders. So even if you have a car, you are still deciding to use transit versus using your vehicle. So become the region's first choice, well-integrated transportation option that transforms economic development, access to jobs, healthcare, and education for the betterment of our community. So it's a lot. As far as transforms economic development, that's highlighting TOD, dealing like what you kind of mentioned, Dave, as far as having integrated kind of in the fabric for a vibrant community. You need to really have transit at its core, and then we already mentioned the access to all the places. Ultimately, if you're bettering the access, you're bettering the community as a whole. Your thoughts on this one?
So on one hand, I get exactly what you're saying. On the other hand, it almost sounds like there's another option out there that we have to overcome to become the region's first choice. It depends on how you're looking into this thing. What's your perception of this thing?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes back to what I said about the policy decisions as well. Like the city needs to change with the parking, like that's huge, but we don't have the option for parking space. And you're not even, people who are coming from other ICE, like Virginia, other cities, they're used to that. So they would think about using transit before they use the car.
Yeah, I think this vision is missing out on that visitor part as well.
Visitor, can you elaborate?
Well, it seems like this, I don't know, whether it's tourism or recreation.
Because the region seems like it's not inclusive of people from outside of the area. I think
Well, and to that point, the term that's overused, which is live, work, play. We've got the live and work in there, but the play, which is to recreation, that would be, one of those things. We want people on there that are not necessarily because they have to go to work. We want them to use it to go down to Roundabout or to do whatever it might be. So that might be a good addition. Everything that comes after the last bullet point, for the betterment of our community, I just think is words, and to me, I love efficiency. It's easier read, shorter sentences. Does that not go without saying that we're better out of this?
So adding in the word recreation after education. I don't know why I thought that. That makes sense.
Question. Do you have somebody scribing some of the stuff?
I don't know.
And then you'll just try to clean it up a little bit and bring it back.
Yeah, once we bring it, we'll take back our feedback and this will go into our transit strategic plan, so it will live for at least.
I know I'm late, but this question. Yeah, it's a little long. Can we make it like the individual, like the rider, or specifically just like this global? I know the vision piece, but like it has to be about them seeing us as a way to do those things. Providing them with the first choice for that. But there's a way of creating equitable access for all to have those basic quality of life requirements in the world. It's individual needs. The reason why I get told in the first district, they're like, I will never write this. I get told that very much. I'll never write this. And they're usually a little bit older. They stay on from how the process is created, decades long aspect. And for me, I think we've got to find a way to not let that narrative create places
that are older are going, I am not going to do that. I am not going to ride a scooter. I am not going to ride a bike. I am not going to ride the bus. Go to that neighborhood. I'm expecting this to be what you're telling me you're not. And I think what we're trying to do is create that conclusion. So people feel like this is the option. And I think that would be my only choice, is not to become, but to be, our vision is to be the vision, the region's number one thing for choice of how to get it out.
So you're saying drop off region, be the first choice, the one integrated. I knew it was the word transportation, next one you would say. Options that can, so what about economic development? I don't know if the individual necessarily.
What if you had something that was more like to be the well integrated choice, something with choice mode transportation, like what we're trying to do is get people to want to drive it regardless of their circumstances. So instead of saying the region's first choice, like choice mode of transportation, be the well integrated choice mode of transportation that brings opportunity to transform economic development, access to jobs, healthcare, recreation, something that right now it just seems to me like we're trying to say we want to we want to beat out somebody else to be the best transportation. And what I'm trying to say is what we want to be is the choice mode of transportation for people, so that they're choosing what's part of their life. Like you can still drive a car and do a parking lot and take the bus downtown, concert, walk around. Well, you couldn't use that much.
So what
and
about,
get around.
first of all, I'm thinking about it, not only what we know, but how many folk. So if you look at your average population, how much do they know what integrated transportation means, and how much do they know? So I'm thinking, with vision statements, when it's quick, it's easy, and everybody gets it, and you can use it as a tagline. So I'm thinking something like transit, which connects you to wherever you want to go. That may not be all true. But it is true to the extent of what we provide, right?
It's got real official.
That think a little with the mission, that's really connecting people to where they want to go.
There is something I think very important, and that is who the audience is. And, people, if the reading is that they care about what matters to them, what does it mean for me? When you said, what about this economic development? That, to me, is clunky right out of the gates, because that's going to be a result of a well-oiled transit company. You're going to see the region. It's the job of the different elements of the region to react and respond with their codes and with their ordinances, with their comp plans and all of that. But is it the vision to drive economic development? I don't think it is. I think it's to get people around, and economic development results from that. I mean, and that's got to play. I'm in economic development a lot, and I just think that's very clunky in the context of what Andrea said about what's it say to me, the person, the rider, the potential user of it. So I think I don't know that it even needs to be in there once we add things like recreation. Economic development doesn't do anything.
That makes sense as far as if it's done, if it's done within the jurisdictions and supported as far as economic development, so you end up with the.
It's almost like we wrote that statement to reach out to the leadership of the jurisdiction more than we did to the rider of the. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's his point. Yes, it is very loaded for the purpose that you guys have kind of highlighted already. We are not well integrated today. I think it's a lot better, which is the opportunity of having you guys on board, that's gonna be millions of dollars, and you want us to add it, well, what do you want to cut? Oh, we don't want to cut it because you already have money. But those are conversations that are historically happening. So just making the statement that if you really want a vibrant city, that you need transacts for, and it actually can drive the economic development. So it is loaded and it's done right, and the policy is done, it should lead to that. But that's why I look at it.
Somebody earlier mentioned the work and play, that kind of, less, yeah, I think it covers all of this.
Yes.
It's really more custom.
Okay, I agree. I would also say there are things that you mentioned we are not currently able to access the GRTC today that could in order to achieve that. I think that's the point of the vision statement, is how we can get to that thing. So I took my, I'm a little more wordy than Elgin. I put the first choice to access vibrant, thriving neighborhoods with jobs, healthcare, food, education, and parks. Or green spaces, but that as the play piece, that is being specific to play, but arts and culture, and I think it's strong too. Museums are a part of that. Music's a big part of that. I think there's a way to put that piece in there. I think economic development is for us, you know, that means. But for the common resident, they know what that looks like. They don't know what that means.
I think that makes sense, because you're already saying the success of the economic development is the vibrant community. I mean, cost. Okay.
I'll make a suggestion that we just put an asterisk or something around vision, come back. I don't know how much time you guys have in each segment, but if we're taking 15 minutes to discuss each one of those, we're gonna be very conscious about. So,
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
With the vision, just make sure that we're thinking beyond the city board and thinking even about our rural areas too. That fits with that.
all right, Adrian, give me a second. Before you jump to core values, you have everybody here, can you just go ahead and, hold on to stuff that we need to take. All right, approval of the June 2023 board meeting minutes. All right, moved in second. Any questions, comments, concerns? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, consent agenda. Any questions? I asked earlier, anything in the monitor, if you have any questions about the consent agenda? If not, can we get a motion to accept the consent agenda? All right, move. Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks. Do I need to accept the financial review? Okay, all right, so that's it. All right, thanks.
All right, similar effort where we basically just made this, use the word vision, for a lot of similar kind of core values, but it was worried. So now we're switching to safety, respect, teamwork, reliability, and integrity as our core values in the agency. That was not so much conversation. All right, objectives. So we have this set up in 4 different categories, kind of a perspective. So what are our objectives for employees, processes, finances, and writers? I'm just going to highlight these and then get into some highlights of the things we're doing to make these happen. Internal, we need to improve retention improvement for the effort operators. What's been happening? Improve quality of life for our employees, improve the overall employee experience, encourage intellectual curiosity, improve communications, cultural DEI, and improve professional development. The processes, we're looking at improving efficiency, sustainability, safety, internal control, state of repair, finances, just managing a strong cash flow position, strategic planning focus with all of our financial projections, expanding revenue sources, maintaining business stewardship, improve our public image for the writers. I like that quite a bit. Goal, improve quality of life, improve the overall writer experience. Someone mentioned kind of the going to Disney, couldn't put that sign routine. We actually have the technology that studio similar. And last one is to improve communication, that is also key.
That's good. Quick question. With the encourage intellectual curiosity.
We want to encourage people to think outside the box. We feel like people come in and just do the same old thing and leave.
They want them to think crazy.
Yeah, like you said, hey, everyone is innovative. We also did a SWOT, which will highlight this. I'm not going to ask you guys to do this. But we saw our strengths as leadership investment, department collaboration, social media, economic development, our board, operator feedback, our public safety, government affairs, the opportunity to have hybrid work environment. We are putting in I don't know if it's straight yet, but our ERP system, our vendor quality, our diversity. We have to a very unique and diverse workforce that we have. Zero errors is a strength, the familial environment, a very qualified labor force, very accountable. We are innovative with our technology, especially compared to training agencies. We have legacy of staff. We are innovative with our budgets. We go after grants to do pilots. We are compact, synergy, environmental efforts, and then we do regular planning. Weaknesses, not as fun. We are doing a facility assessment right now for facility security. Number of staff is assigned to one of the bottom. People are feeling like they're burnt out, and I would say that is probably really related to our ERP system as well, which is a lot. Project timelines, just staying on them. Communication improvements, being held accountable. Reliability, organizational clarity. We'll get into this. We've now done new org charts and we're doing more communication. People know things are structured, as well as this whole process was helpful for them. SOPs, something that we need to just make sure we're on top of, as well as processes. Staff training and employee recognition, which we are implementing program. Technology, education on it, just throw it out, but actually teach you how to use it. Service excellence, positive interactions and morale.
So you have that as weakness. Does that mean that you feel like it's low?
They're saying that
Right
they want
now,
more
service
investment.
excellence is weak. Yeah, it is still weakness. So it's weird for me to see in weakness something that's really positive. Like the way it's written, positive interactions and morale. That sounds like that's a weakness, but that would be a strength if we had that.
Is there a lack of?
They're saying that.
That was my point. It just sounds.
The weaknesses that we don't have it, or we want more of it.
But would it then, service, instead of service excellence as a weakness, would it been more like, service, performance? Or,
I think they're actually referencing acknowledgement of their excellent service, worded weird.
well, the weaknesses were not acknowledged.
Correct.
Okay, so just having it right there under weakness, intuitively wrong.
Yeah.
So I'll say that like open communication is sort of lack of, or not the best of.
Or it's not communicating how well we're doing something, but that would be communication in general, not over communication or service excellence. But it's something to.
Yeah, they're all, the word lack of is in front, supposed to be in front. This would be in front of all of them. The service excellence, I think, we used to have our circle of excellence, circle, people would get knowledge and parking spot stuff. I think they were.
I think the problem is the people that made that list knew exactly what they were talking about, but the people reading the list don't have the same perspective.
Yeah, this came out of the X time, we had the group that talked about it for you, so this came. Legacy of staff,
So legacy of staff is a strength and a weakness.
yes, yeah, that one was more related to outside booking bringing joy.
And again, I'm sorry, who came up with this?
This was our management team. So, like,
The management team feels like budget slow growth.
Yeah, we don't know what that one means. Slow.
I'm sure I know what it is.
We have partnerships. Environmental effort, cost, procurement process, that is something that we are working on. Customer feedback, lack of development opportunities, lack of operator feedback, lack of public safety, lack of more interdepartmental conversation, lack of capacity within our facility, which we know we're addressing, weakness, which is also a future strength, our ERP system, that's also a strength, vendor quality, staff burnout, and then the cost of living. All right, opportunities. We see our union as an opportunity, succession planning, which is development. What is RIDE here? That's the branding for our enterprise resource planning system, our new replacement for our financial system. Ours is no longer supported in the county. Service excellence, facility security, leadership investment, election cycles, park and ride, electrification, planning, population growth, economic development, real-time information, public safety, board of directors, government affairs, public perception, I'll skip that one, autonomous technology, future opportunity, funding, expansion, park and ride, factions, referencing politics, brand refresh, technology improvements, budgets, ridership recovery, and partnerships. And the last that I will share is what we perceive as threats, and a lot of the kind of category, but funding is a threat, it's not sustainable. Zero fares is also seen as a strength and a threat. There's a funding gap potentially. Expansion, again, referencing the resources for funding, we can't do everything. Ended up as a threat as well. Factions for politics, project timeline, reliability of our service is a threat. Technology and referencing security is a threat. The pandemic, that might come. Our threats, social media, if not properly managed, suburban sprawl, and misinformation, public safety in all of them. Board of directors, communication, making sure properly communicating our board, not done so is a threat. Public perception, of course, the kind of technology is a threat as well, around it. The union, supply chain, economy, regulations, antisocial behavior, social insurance, and social security. So we went through all of those with them. I'm just gonna not show these to you, but just share this one here. So through them, we went through and highlighted just several initiatives for every objective that we were interested in. All right, so this you already know, our org chart, you guys are. So our leadership team met and we did a little bit of restructuring with our actual structure. I feel like to make it be more strategic as well as a regional focus and really thinking about the image of leaders at the same time. So you'll see a shift where like marketing communications, Joe's group, or kind of government relations, special projects, and business partnerships are all raised kind of in the executive area, where a big focus of that is just making sure communication is number one, no matter what it is, putting a focus on developing business partnerships to change our image as well as bringing in additional revenue sources is a big piece. And then special projects, just making sure they stay at a very level. And then Joe with his DER as well. We never had a role. We didn't have a role with Joe before he came in a year and a half now, years ago. But having someone who actually understands how to work with the General Assembly, how legislation, how we can benefit for things that are being pushed through in Congress.
I can't read that. Is any of that is any of that on here? That one?
No.
You can't do that.
I can do that.
Yeah, we're going into 25. Okay, I'll say what everybody's thinking.
Better? Yeah.
Is that better?
I see Carolina.
I can make it go. We'll make it up to you.
We need some, doctors. Hey, don't stress yourself.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the area I was talking about. And then this just reflects what you guys actually did with many of the committees.
So the baby blue boxes are what? What's in those boxes?
Those are the chief positions.
Oh, okay.
You see that, okay, so again, the board, and we have the committees listed, so now Joe exists in a couple of roles, he's assistant secretary to the board, although he works on the committees, me right under Cheryl. And then the blue boxes below, which are the three other chief roles, so the development,
So that's John, what's into the right one?
that's the operating officer, who used to be Cheryl.
Okay. So we have two on that level that we can be filled. How are we feeling with
The CEO has been posted since like January. We've had a couple of candidates, more interviews, so work is coming. We haven't posted the COO, we're trying to get that one posted. The recruitment agent. Yeah.
that? We talk about as a board, we talk about board the same. Oh, okay. So it's- Sorry. I should have done that. Okay.
Yes, Sam Singh is leading us as director of planning.
We didn't get to vote on that.
So that one's already posted.
So we're operating from a upper management perspective, kind of on the skeleton crew. I mean, you guys are doing it, but clearly you want to fill those positions. So-
Absolutely, absolutely. You'd be doing a lot more if we had this position, so yes. Yeah, so yeah, two of the key chief.
How long have you been taking?
Okay.
How long have you been taking?
Us, yeah, so those are our. So she was the dual role, we never filled the chief of staff, right, we never filled, whichever one she operated on. She was chief of staff / COO, we were supposed to fill it, we never did, so that was vacant. So it's technically his one. And then,
We did some restructuring. You know, the fallout of our restructuring.
and then you see John's group as well, John Percival, but he has a group position for a finance director, which is vacant. So we have, yeah, a lot of.
So what about that? Do you have anybody in-house? Yes. Well, no, we're that, so.
Yes, for John, get anyone. And I think more, so this is under the chief development officer is IT, planning, schedule, and capital construction, as well as RideFinders. Gonna highlight Dexter, lots of vacancies, we have 5 Dexter. We have 2 new positions though for ERP support, ERP tech support, so those are new. And then he's done some shifting as well, and done, and also has a position for business intelligence development manager, with all the innovation that we're doing. So yes, and then you just lost a IT network person. So we changed from planning and scheduling to capital construction. A big focus of that, I think, is explained before, where we are now just doing a lot more planning projects and capital projects. We need to have that in-house expertise. So with that, we have improved the capital program manager who lost over a year ago. He's been like quite a bit for that position that's vacant. And then there's also a project manager under him, or for that is to be filled. And And then we have added and actually have starting on the 31st, a micro training manager. So if you're excited to get that position, so be able to run that program. And then in Bon's group, she was support individuals. All right, another one I'm gonna highlight, talk about John already, is vacant director and vacant controller. We've done some restructuring with HR. You guys kind of got a highlight of the things that were happening with operator recruitment, where we had to make some changes, a lot we need to do. Now we're losing vacancies, also their admin staff. We just need to restructure them to do less, as I say, transactional, and do more development, which that was highlighted as a weakness, as well as just be more strategic with our hiring and make sure we are actually going after quality staff and we bring them in. So putting them in a structure that will benefit them. So the assistant director that didn't exist recently, so put that back, as well as kind of create categories for acquisition specifically, acquisition analysis, as well as specifically benefits, and then HR specialist. And that will grow as we hopefully will benefit. And procurement also has a vacancy. And then we have risk management, not really any changes in there. Facilities, maintenance, there's no changes in there. We have vehicle maintenance, facility manager. We are looking, depending on the CDO that comes in, is possibly bringing the facilities, internal as well as external, under the development person. I think more about technical construction. Okay, so that's our structure. Okay, all right, now that is how we operate internally, structured, hopefully get things done. And these are our services and what they are. So we have local service that operates daily today, roughly 5 a.m. to 12 a.m., not so much early, late night. These days, we have our Pulse operates with 5 to 1 daily. We have our express routes that operate Monday to Friday, service only. We do have our early morning, late night on-demand service that we are looking to stay around. It just makes sense if you look at our ridership before, where you have like 3 riders on a route 1 or something like that at 2 a.m. It makes more sense to spend money on something that would be cheaper to pay Uber for them versus paying for a bus out there at $50 a person. So we're looking at keeping that more long-term, things to think about it. Right now that's 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. It was 5. We actually extended it in conversation with the airport, where all other vendors start actually at 4 a.m. So they required us to do something for them. And so fit the bus stop on there. And the service is only bus stop to bus stop. We have not the analysis of how it's being used, but they have their marketing. Care Plus, and Care on Demand, Care Transit Service. Link coming soon, and that is shared with a new brand for new name for the transit service. And that is supposed to be 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. varies on the zone, Monday through Saturday, and then of course we have our carpool example with RideFinders. And that also varies. This is our service area today. So the light blue in the middle is our care and care on demand zone, which is also our local service, is 3/4 mile around that. Henrico has what is called Care Plus, so specialized transportation, but for the whole county. So that's the gray, which is beyond just the normal required federal requirement. And then the purple are the pilot zones, so the first 5 zones that we're going to microtransit. Our footprint is expanding. All right, so our riders, and we are actually moving fast through all this. And this is not so much numbers, but just showing you the ridership activity. So the more yellow, the higher the boardings and the lightings, I'm calling it activity, so layer on top of each other, and the blue is low, but it just shows kind of where people are actually using our system. Ridership. So of course, the core core areas is the downtown, which is very, very, very large. Out there, that red with the blue around it is rural one, which remains our business full station. It's expanding into the county still, in all areas, and the red on the bottom is Southside Plaza, the very bottom, and the middle one is somewhere on the street.
So Southside Plaza is just a regular, that's kind of like a transfer station. What is it?
I'll get into later, but basically all those red points, like the top one in Henrico, which is like very brightly red, that's where a few of the routes come together. So it's 5 different routes in Southside Plaza. But it is something that does need investment for transfer. So this is Care Plus, and Care on Demand, which I've actually never seen that. So sprawls everywhere, just like our ridership does, but people are pretty much covering our whole network, utilizing the care system. A very similar trend, I would say, the Care on Demand. The difference between the Care on Demand, which is interesting, but it's very similar, that you are actually paying $6 a ride for Care on Demand versus you're not paying anything for care. People are willing to pay for the reliable service. Oh, yeah, you have to call it a care. This is the early morning, late night service. So the samples for all of these are April this past spring. So people are using it. They're using it early morning, late night, and it primarily is assuming it's for a job connection. Those times, whether you're leaving or coming. All right, so you guys are aware we did our new origin and destination survey this spring. It was a long process. We wanted to make sure we had statistically significant sample size from every single route. They got me this data about a month early, so it was the preview. They haven't finished the report yet. So we did a quick analysis, just some of the survey questions on our own. I have a comparison up there, 2019 survey. So this is the reason for trip. So where are you going, or where are you coming from? All of them kind of have the base, the way that we structured it for comparison purposes. But it's very similar. For some reason, we did not ask the question shopping this time. That's why that was like, they felt like rec and social did that. I don't necessarily agree, but you could assume that the reason that it is now 33% is because shopping is in there. But I would say people are using our system just different than it was before, where the 45% is almost exactly the same for work. But now you have people out there who are just writing to go to the grocery store, or writing to the shopping, or writing to the profession. It's free, so the way people use it is so different than they did before. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the survey questions. You just read through the stuff that's on the. Yeah, oh, sorry, you can't see it. The first one says non-home based. So in 2019, it was 14%, and 2023 is 13%. Home to other is the next one, and 11% in 2019 and 1% in 2023. Home medical was 6% in 2019 and 5% now, so about the same. Home rec social was 5% in 2019 and now it's 33%. So you can see that shopping is lumped in there, but shopping also was only 10% back in 2019. So there's got to be a lot more that's happening. People are just utilizing the system to do more. Home, school, and college is next. That was 10% back in 2019, and it's only 3% now. I think you could say that that's just different VCU use, where I think some stuff is still hybrid, which is different than it was before. They're definitely still using the system though. And then the last one, homework, is exactly the same percent at 45%. Next question. So this one's household income. We always have a statement that we use, especially in relation to zero fares and accessibility, that 54% who make less than 25,000 are kind of the core of our riders. We see some similar trends. They didn't ask the same groups this time, but they now have one that's 40 to 25 instead of 50 to 25. But with the 31%, 27%, 16%, the rest are very, very similar. I will read this to you again. So 15,000 back in 2019 was 27%. It is 16% this time around. The 15 to 25,000 was 29% back in 2019. And now it is 27%, so about the same number. A change here where it's actually lower, with the 25 to 40 is 31% this time versus 10,000 more, but 25% back in 2019. Those who make greater than between 50 and 75 was 9% back in 2019. Those who make between 50% and 75 was 7% now. So less people with that. 75% to 100,000, 5% in 2019, 4% today, and then 100,000 or more, 5% and 4% now. So a little bit less than all other categories for above 50,000. It's household income. So I'd say the results are pretty similar. That the majority are making less than $50,000 worth of less. All right, and race and ethnicity, I think these are very, very similar. African American in 2019 was 64%, that increased to 70% now. Asian stayed right at 4%. White was 23% and is now 18%. Hispanic or Latino was exactly the same at 5%, and other was 4%, and now it's 3%.
Do we know if the numbers grew like from 19 to 23? There was actually more riders in 19, right? Than there were in 23, or was there more in 23?
There's more in 23. I would actually say.
So I'm trying to figure out if any particular group got larger or smaller. Like, did everybody else stay the same, but one group got bigger, or did it stay the same in the makeup change? That's
I would have to look at the raw numbers. I do know the sample size is probably much larger in 2023, just to make sure all the routes are stable. All right, so we threw in some new questions about zero fare since we had a captured audience and we wanted to use that for analysis. If people were using the system now differently, we're using it because of zero fare and the impact how often. So did you ride to your CP? Did you ride to your CP before free fares were implemented? 72% said no, but 28% said yes. So that is pretty significant as far as the increase of those who did not use it. It doesn't necessarily mean they're using it before, maybe they just were not here before 2020. Also a possibility. Did free fares impact your decision to start riding to your TC? So I would say, oh, that 28%, that's probably a subset. Right now. But 53% is very large. So of that, a large amount said that it did impact whether they use our system. And how did free fares impact how often you ride to your TC? 41% said they are riding more frequently because of the zero fares, which we'll see the ridership later, but it really has grown. This actually is, I would say, one of our record years with ridership. And 5% said they ride less frequently, and then 4% said that no impact. Great. We'll get into performance, and then we can take a break. Okay. I just mentioned this, but fixed route ridership overall. This chart shows 6 years, so FY18 to today, the completion of FY23. So pre-pulse was FY18, so we were about 7.4 billion. When the pulse went in, that was kind of our really big year for us at 8.6 million. We were on a path to beat that in FY20, but we missed a whole quarter with COVID and it impacted our success. But 8.4 was still great. COVID had a huge impact where we dropped down to 7.4 million in 21, and then we came back pretty strong at 8.18 in FY22, and we are ending the year at 9.3 million in FY23. So it's shot way beyond FY19. All right, switching specifically to the pulse. 18, I maybe what operating. So that wasn't anything. FY 19 was pretty high. It was of course 20 under that window was right below FY 19. FY 21, we of course were impacted by COVID. Not too bad at 1.58, going back up. We have not hit back. It was like 1.8. The number that I can't see in FY 19. So pulse is not back to what it was before, but the numbers are definitely steady and still increasing.
Can I ask about that, the GRT graph? Obviously, it was impacted by COVID. I think I tend to get a little myopic about the BRT, particularly when we get to Scott's Addition, we get to places that are undergoing a lot of growth. Is this flat line coming back out of it? Is that more due to the overall trends of a lot more people working from home, or is it? Because this is one of the things that concerns me more than anything, because it seems to me like in an area where we're undergoing a lot of choice routers and potential we're not getting. Is there an explanation for that that we've uncovered, or is that just we're trying to figure that out?
I mean, even in those areas that you're talking about, I think people utilize our system. I know the census state saying that the raw numbers are higher from that home to work piece. So if people are working from home a lot more, I know a lot of the ways that developers are building things, they're building offices at home now, adapting to that environment. So I think that's the pieces that are coming. Second one is that VCU was like those numbers that we got, we never thought we'd get. We got that VCU contract, and they were just writing because it's different, even though they still wrote in their mind for free. So they were using it all the time. The sense is different for just the structure is different than it was before. I'm just not writing the same. And there's for students, contract employees. And I think that also employees and contract workers are in the environment.
Right, just jump in here. I think the challenges downtown are just significant, particularly with the state having such flexible telework policy. We're seeing ripple effects of that in multiple areas between various retail effects downtown, certainly because of the state return to work situation. So, I know that you may have just as a result a little long full stop where it is accelerators, the folks are still going out to that retail section. The office environment downtown is just covered, particularly with the state. And I could imagine that accounting for a lot of what you see there in the decline. Hopefully that's going to be restoring, right? But it's still going to slow.
Next is Express. Very, very different. And I think this is kind of a stay up line. But in FY 18 is about 0.3 million, FY 19 a little bit higher, 0.36. FY 20, we were probably trending the same, we were 2.8, and then we had a lot of reduction in service, as well as, of course, people were working from home. In FY 21, we have kept the service reviews on our express routes. That's why you don't really see an increase, and I understand we haven't really heard differently as far as people asking for it to necessarily be restored. And the last one is our local. So FY, this one has also recovered back to higher than it was pre-pandemic levels. But FY 18, this is 7 million. You see a drop in FY 19, and I don't think that's realistic because the route that was the pulse, that is the pulse, was incorporated into the local routes before, as well as we had 24 other routes that also got pushed off Broad Street. So those now we're, when the pulse is fine, those numbers are captured in the pulse. So it wasn't actually dropped from the system, it's just dropped from that particular route. So 6.27, FY 20 would have probably been the same. Didn't see, I mean, it drop, but nothing too significant in FY '21, and then it started to climb back up in FY '22. Like I said, just like system overall, local service is beyond what it was before. All right, on-time performance. This is, and I'm going to read these two things. FY '18 to FY '23 again. So the OTP in FY '18 for our system as a whole was 71%. Still not great. The overall goal was 80%. FY '19 we dropped down with the network redesign to 69%, and then with I guess COVID impacts reliability, it's 66% in FY '20, and we have been going down FY '21 even worse, 64%, FY '22 at 65%, and we have stayed there. And FY '23 ending also at 65%. Looking at them individually, I'm going to actually start with local. So the goal for local service is 80%. That is the industry standard, and people argue that in other agencies. So we are going to continue to work on figuring out why this is happening. FY '18, we were actually not too bad. We were 74% with local routes. Again, network design did impact us down to 70%, 67% in 20, 66 in 21, 66 in 22, and 67 in 23. One that I like to not show, but the on-time performance for the Pulse. So in FY '19, it was 86%, which I think the goal for the Pulse is either 90 or 95%. So as far as that first year, that's pretty good as far as on-time reliability. Significantly impacted in FY '20 with 75%, and FY '21 it went down to 72. FY '22 72. Last year we were at 69%. It is a guided, fixed skyway street that there really shouldn't be. I know that it's a lot of it is reliability of the operators, so we're hoping that we can overcome that with cancel trips and all of that. But yeah, this one should be actively managed so that we are definitely getting back to 90%. I feel like that is a huge perception issue. Also, as far as if you rely on something that the Pulse, you're not going to want to try that. And not as sensitive of people on it, but still not good. This industry standard for express routes is 90% because typically have two stops, beginning and end. So 2 weeks. And we were in FY '18 at 64%, 62%, FY '20 is 59%, 21, 52%, 22, 56%, and now we're at 7%. So, again, they're on the bus, they may have started at their time. I think some of it is the scheduling in the downtown area, the 95, and of course, impacted by 95 itself. So there's things that may be impacted that we need to just adjust the schedules to hopefully at least match the average to someone.
That's what I was gonna say, is there a problem with our scheduling? Like, are we being too, I guess, too aggressive with our point to point? Like I said, we can advertise with right time, and obviously on that form, if we look at that, or, I mean, obviously, something slowing down.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the blue and the green look like they're pretty split. Some people are getting there early, and some people are getting there late. So I think in that instance, that's when it kind of gets hard to say what's the right number. If each operator is kind of different, is the reason why there's definitely some analysis that can be done to come up with something that's a little bit more reliable. Or if not, I mean, I would say throw out some outliers and address what they are.
If you get there early, do you wait until designated time, or?
On the express routes, not so much because so an operator that's intended for them, they get there early, wait longer. The local routes, it's different though. If they do get to a stop early, it's really early, they should be sit. You know, they don't just sit, wait, try and stay on time.
It was more the local routes I was asking about.
to Dan's point, if we were able to have some kind of up to the minute where the bus is and what the schedule is, we could have all of it would be perfect timing, right? Like it would be exactly what it said, because that's, I mean,
Well,
you wouldn't have to necessarily put the time that you expect the bus to be there, because people could look and see, okay, the bus is at this point, I know it takes X amount of time to get to this point, I need to start heading to the bus stop. Like,
We still,
they had a plan. That would be real time. So when we walk up to the stop, and actually, it's comfort factor, walk up, like, that's 4 minutes away. But they still didn't plan. I need to get on the bus, I need to get to my work, my job, by 7.
But what I was thinking was putting digital boards up might not be cost effective, but having an app that can go to a phone that they can just look at their phone and go, huh, the bus on that route is here, it's gonna get there in approximately X amount of time, and they can know when to start heading to their bus stop instead of, going, hope it's not too early or too late. They would know when to go.
we do have it, what is it, it's 20 minutes before, somebody doesn't show. 30, yeah, we look at window that you can do that. We do have an app, and then we are actually making the sign to talk about, so some of the bus stops will be making the real time sign at your place, so that you don't have an app.
And that's good. I'm not against doing that. I'm just saying that we have the technology. Most of our riders, almost all our riders probably still have cell phones. If they are using the system and we have a way for them to be able to get that information, it's important to keep the system flowing efficiently, but it would be much more user friendly for the person going to get on the bus.
Y'all can do that. If they're all out.
Not yet. But we're working on it.
What you're talking about, that is what I feel.
It's, I mean, we submitted the documents for procurement, so we're able to get through that. It's supposed to end up being our fee. It could be a few months. Goal would be able to put that in. Yeah, we really need it. I mean, the one we have, I guess, works functionally, but it's someone that we contracted with versus what we want to use is a industry utilized transit expert who gets it. We don't have to actually choose to fix the app.
Hey, Ruth, can I ask you a question about on time and pulse? So if you had a bus that was super high frequency, showed up every 10 minutes, then the on time stuff doesn't matter.
Yes, that is correct. And if I had done it, I would have, the next slide would have been headway reliability on the post rather than, so we don't, someone said don't post it, we don't post a schedule for the pulse. So it is supposed to be actively managed to every 10 or 15 minutes. But I mean, that is somewhat related, I mean, you saw that we were doing it well in the beginning, so they have to have some sort of correlation to that performance versus reliability.
So it seems like the goal of 90% being higher for pulse is really, it seems like the highest on time performance you would want to set is for your biggest headway.
Your biggest, oh, we're saying because it's so frequent, there's less sensitivity to it. Yeah, so yeah, I guess the trend is that if it's less than 15 minutes, people allow less sensitivity to it not being on time. Yes, that's true, right? But we do get complaints on pulse, so. I would say it's not
Exactly. Yeah, living with 84% on time on a 60-minute headway. Really, we
Yeah.
should even have that 90% on that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, last performance piece. I don't know, I'll see what you guys want to do. Productivity. So what productivity is here is total cost per passenger. I'm going to highlight this for a few reasons. So routes that are kind of in more dense areas, those are ones that you want to have more frequent service. They usually are arterials or GRTs, and you can tell that they're kind of successful in terms of ridership. If give a lower cost per passenger. So for example, Pulse is about $2.50 per passenger. That's acceptable in terms of productivity for that particular route based on what it costs. Our ones, which is our Chamberlain route, and those that kind of are looking at the actual north-south BRT, you can see why that one was like prime and right to be looked at as the next BRT segment, where that one's productivity is also pretty high in terms of its cost. And you can utilize it. Jumping to Route 5, also a very heavily used and low cost. So routes exist, I guess, for kind of different reasons. So even though some of them are more expensive, they might be existing for like a neighborhood to get you to a core route. That's fine. But any that are kind of above, hovering around like that $20 mark or 18 and higher, those are really not the most efficient use of funds, because imagine how much it costs to get them to use Uber reference. So you pay for someone to utilize that service. It's probably more efficient to do that. So one that we have starting with Route 93. 93 looks like it's about $19 per passenger to utilize. So routes like that, changing the mode, so we're making that one become microtransit. We can utilize it more on demand. It's more efficient with your dollars, and that money could go towards putting frequency on another service. So other, I mean, the one out there that's crazy is the 95. That's the one that's $43 per passenger to get to Petersburg. That one is quite expensive. I don't know how much it costs to go to Petersburg. It might also be expensive. And the 88 is another one.
Why do we run that route?
They pay us, not the full cost.
Well, it wouldn't be worth their money to pay for that either. Like, there's got to be I mean, quite frankly, they'd be better off to find a way to have something from their system to write and jump on the system at right point or something. It doesn't make sense to pay $43 to run some. A bus, it's not very full for the city. And I'm sure for those people, it's very important. That's probably their lifetime work. So I'm not trying to cut them out. I'm just saying that there's got to be a more efficient mode to get them there. I mean, a van would be better than bus, like something.
Yes, I know they do have a VA. That's another option.
I think that's where they want.
So is that a RideFinders mutual opportunity?
Conversation.
I mean, it just seems like it would make more sense to change.
Yeah.
But, the question to add on to this is, we're looking at series of dots here, and I'm curious, is out of bounds as that one seems to be there at the end. The total cost of that is not represented in any of these dots. So for any of these routes, it's a cost to run that route.
Yeah.
And for instance, some of these that are down on the lower side are probably very, very heavily operated. So there's a lot of cost there. Is there any quick answer to how much total cost there is on that dot for Petersburg? Probably not a lot, it's Petersburg.
I have it, I can tell you after.
But theoretically, the dots that are lower have higher volume ridership. And the dots that are higher up on that chart have lower volume ridership. So regardless of what it costs to run the route, you're running a significant number of people. It theoretically is more efficient, but if you fill a whole bus up with people, that's going to be less per person. 7 people riding from Petersburg to the city. Like, and those are the ones that we really need to find a way to change the road.
I mean, the cost of that in terms of miles, and it is sparked in terms of the rest of the routes to get to Petersburg, but also the other routes are so frequent that their miles also add up. So it could be something like a lane with the numbers after. Just some other ones, the 88 is a route we have that goes to Philip Morris. That's another one that could be considered considered for public transit. Helping them out is actually created just for their piece. And then there's one other, the 76 out in Andreas district, that one has really low.
All right. We can at least take a break. Take a break.
We're already at 12:30.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
So we're being.
We are, we're gonna keep it moving. There are restrooms in the store here. Please go back 11:15.
Obviously, traffic or roadblocks. In general,
Yeah, so one of them, was Davis yesterday. So this is the train that, but we have a one of our own apps, but out there, like, you can zoom in on a stop along the line, it will tell you when the next bus is coming.
So is that
What I do. Right. You can see what you're still separated.
well, I mean, these for years.
The concept. You have to be educated in how to use it. We also have.
Well, that's the part.
We figured out. Yeah.
Richmond Regional Tourism, get down to put that on our website, so if you're visiting the Richmond area, you can use public transportation.
Yeah.
Well, and no one is how they
But I don't think they can.
And then we get that out of the route, but it's
It's another way to do it. GRTC.
They don't. Scary. It's scary. Oh, you got.
yes, now it says it's a way of working. So transitions, get ready to carrying the legacy of what people, those are good numbers.
How much money we're bringing, right? Like, and we're like, graduation.
So where are we at?
All of us. You know. But I don't know.
I was just trying to get it so that I was too slow.
We want to get in, we want to get in at the
Hundreds of people in it.
Yeah.
It works, right?
64, that's about 100.
They're like sitting there a couple minutes after.
Oh, man, are you coming next?
He's over there.
He's over.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm coming in. I think we're getting ready, Jim.
Yeah, well, that's what.
that much to it there, forget it. It's very,
Who are you gonna start, Michelle?
Okay, okay.
Are people supposed to be able to see
Yeah, it's still live, that's it. It wasn't on.
Not got anybody's watching.
He said he turned it off. Right.
Okay, I was just curious if, like, you're gonna agree, you had to show or not show. What's next?
we got some more videos anymore.
I can be first district, first district.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Back up. So it's time for questions. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Like,
Okay.
If anyone wants to open the PowerPoint subversion on their tablet, see it a little bigger, you know, your iPad, hit file. Yes, we can. Go to file. Yeah, good. Thank you. section is growth and expansion, and the first topic we're going to touch on is service expansion. So here I'm going to go ahead and bring back up the in the works vision. Become the region's first choice, well-integrated education option that transforms economic development, access to jobs, healthcare, education for the veteran community. So ultimately, our vision is to provide access for the region. The ultimate goal, improve overall quality of life for riders. All right, so what is a good transit system? A transit system that basically provides transit freedom. And transit freedom is go where you want to go when you want to go, which is what Ms. Robertson's vision was earlier. Describe what transit freedom is. And what provides transit freedom is reliability, accessibility, frequency, a connected network that is multimodal. These are all kind of buzzwords you guys all said earlier. All right, so I have up here a picture of a gate. And this kind of hits on what Mr. Schmidt said earlier about your city employees to be there at a certain time, so it needs to be reliable in terms of schedule because you have to be there. So the gate is just kind of imagery to show you it's at the beginning of your driveway. And let's say purposes of a gate kind of coverage route that operates every 60 minutes and you miss it. You are stuck behind that gate for another 59 minutes. That really impacts your time because most likely you have, 45 minutes to get to work, whatever your travel time is at that point, and that's a reality. Like, employers may not be forgiving, you get marked up for being late to work. They begin about maybe you're not late, but the bus is late, it's always late, and you just really can't predict it. As well as, let's say, a lot of our riders are not just using one route to get where they need to go. The majority of our riders use 2 to 3 routes. So to make a connection. So let's say it's 2 60-minute routes. They're both unreliable. It's just you have no idea how long it's going to take you to get somewhere. So being able to provide real transit freedom is about frequency. So the more frequent a route is, then you can talk about what Barb talked about, which is you're okay as far as acidity, it's less than 15 minutes. But focusing on a route that's reliable, that's longer, let's say it's a 60-minute wait, you can actually predict the schedule and be able to do places on time. So another example of this is increased frequency and increased coverage. When we did the regional public transportation plan back in 2020, these are 2 of the scenarios that were created. As far as what they are, these purposes are not so important. Just showing that one on the left was routes that were developed for more frequency. So like the Route 5 added frequency, adding routes that would either 15 minutes or 30 minutes. The one on the right shows increased coverage. And that means routes that kind of went a little bit further, they probably were 60 minutes of service. And a big thing that we're focusing on is improving overall quality of life. So if you have 45 minutes to get to work, which is still a pretty substantial commute, you can see the amount of routes that have access, the amount of jobs that are accessible within 45 minutes by increasing frequency. And so what that means is that if routes are coming more often, you have less sensitivity of missing a connection because you're 60-minute routes, or the route's late, so it impacts your schedule. So being able to make connections on everyone also has a different schedule. So it would basically, as I said, go where you want to go, when you want to go, each person is different, really kind of times it the rider versus a coverage. Now, you can't do increased frequency in something that the density doesn't support it. You're not going to put a very big frequent route every 15 minutes in a neighborhood that the land use does not support that. People can use it. That's not a good issue of money. So you would have a coverage route, or you might be saying something of that nature. All right. So with that, I'm going to throw one more activity at you guys. And you guys can either talk through it, or I believe if you go to some option, you can test this out. So let's just talk about it. The rank the goals of growth and expansion. There's 4 of them. Extending or adding routes to reach more destinations, improving frequencies to allow for more reliable connections, improving connection hubs to improve ease of access, or improving infrastructure, sidewalks, bus stops to improve accessibility. So one of them is about just going further places. The next one is frequencies for liability. Another one is looking more at kind of like capital improvements for actual like transfer centers. And the last one is doing like infrastructure improvements, like sidewalks, so you can actually reach a bus stop and not walk through your neighbor's yard. Because that does impact actual use of the system, as well as just the actual look of the bus stop, the quality of it. Any of that, I guess, if you want to kind of throw out their ranking of them as far as priority for expansion. I guess there's no right.
So, a question before comment. Growth and expansion is going to come with the types of riders, either non-choice riders or choice riders. So there's routes that are not out there now that if they were there, a lot of people that don't have any other choice would be able to use them, correct? Is there any data that says about like when we start talking about the sort of impacts, at least my view on this, is the majority of expansion aimed at getting those non-choice riders, or is that sort of, are we agnostic to that in our discussion? Or is there an underserved, is an area in the region that if we know is underserved and we got to get to it, it's the reason for expansion? Does that make sense?
I guess that's what I'm asking you. In your mind, what is your priority? Do you think that expansion should be more so about going towards people who are
You don't
there?
get number two straight, and people aren't going to want it. Or I if you expand. So I think number two, probably. If you have frequency and reliability, then people are going to want it, whether they need it or choose it. But if you don't, they're going to find another way around it, even if they can't afford to go around it because they can't rely.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it's part of it.
And my bias is a little bit more towards just thinking about growth and expansion. It seems like probably more percentage of choice riders. And that would impact which of these is there, because choice riders are going to need things like efficiency and reliability and all that. But not, but
Must drive riders.
I was just gonna say, I think it's on. We're gonna have to increase all four of these simultaneously, and sacrificing one for the other probably just loses some gaps. We're gonna have to turn the dials up on all four, almost in equal proportion as we got.
I was gonna say the same thing, but I think it's rather, we are capable of moving the needle on all these, because they are so different. Like politely and respectfully, I used to rank them.
Yeah.
Because they're all critical. Like we need the route expansion, or we need to be efficient. Quite frankly, the fourth one is as important to me as any other one, improving the integrity of the stops. Let's focus on what we have, let's make it really nice, and then let's move on. They're all important.
I would say the same thing. I want you to say that out loud.
You go over one through four now.
They all want to.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I kind of shaped it to a discussion more than a ranking, because yeah, they are not competing with each other, but also kind of all making it towards
I think, 3 and 4 adds the quality value, which should be in place where we're providing the service, and we certainly haven't done that well. So I think those should be conditions for wherever we are providing transportation. 3 and 4 is incorporated in that. I think the only thing that I'm saying is it relates to priority. If you ask for a priority, then the question would be, why are we asking for a ranking? Is it because we feel that there is fiscal restraints, other restraints that we have to take in, and we have to make a decision based on the availability of resources that are available. But certainly wherever we provide them, there should be the quality of the bus stops, the sidewalks, and those kinds of things. Services.
Yeah, I was gonna say, remember this for when John talks a little bit later, because there are a lot of resources out there to address them financially, but at some point in terms of leveraging and all of that, there are trade-offs. So that's kind of the point as far as like frequency, coverage, do you want to increase the frequency within it, if you have basically finite dollars, or do you want to be able to access more people? If we have finite money, but we want to be able to do some major capital projects. So the example, transfer center, we want upwards of $20 million, but those dollars are also needed for operating. What is the decision for, do we invest in that, hold back on expansion because we need to leverage? So that they are all important and all needs to be done, but there is a finite amount of money, and at some point they will somewhat compete with each other, but we are being resourceful as we can to go after grant opportunities, of course, work with the jurisdictions that apply for things too.
I mean, I still think, I hear everything you're saying, I agree that we need to work on all, but if you don't have number two, nobody cares about the rest of the thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to learn more about the third point. To make the web better, you know?
Yeah.
And make it easier for people to use the system as a whole. I feel like people are kind of limited. I'm thinking about Route 111. 3D. Yeah. Sort of limited to where they can go on that particular system.
Yeah.
Just one of the points I think for the corporations, like also current makeup with what Pulse has done and the whole network change some years ago. But then I think there's a future plan of what's the future of transit as a map for the whole region look like. You know, if we think about 10+ years out from now, and we look to see what the future could hold, where do routes need to be, what frequency, what type of size buses, what are the things that are changing, right? So, because I think it's easy to look at what we have now, and kind of go, how can we shift what we have now a little bit further to where we get to? We got to think about a transit system that is going to be interconnected. Part of all of our neighborhoods is walkable, accessible, all the things that are mission statement. And the there are steps that we're taking today that people might not understand why we're doing that. But it's because we're not doing this for nothing. We're doing this to shift of the planet that we're going to get to with multiple BRT routes and other frequency connections across the region. The next Lego company that moves into the next county choice we have, making sure they're a part of that plan too. Like, what are the things that make that whole plan work? I think that needs to be part of our vision a little bit. It's not just specifically what we have on paper and our plans today, but also kind of what needs to be part of that forward.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The transit strategic plan that was on 10-year outlook, and it should feed in from all the regions that have already been done to kind of have that goal. This year showed a little bit of that. This is only goes to 2028, but is what we work on with all just from the city as part of the regional transportation plan. I'll show those on in a second as well. But we broke these out by fiscal year, and we just should back every year. But FY24 identified, which you guys have already heard of these, but doing a 1A extension to Walmart 1A Turnpike. And as far as funding, way back to what the service point is, we were trying to be resourceful so that we can use funds for whatever is the priority. If we can bring in other great opportunities to state what we have. So that one is about estimated cost, about 1.5 billion to operate the 3B, extending that to Colebrook. Is that still on this year? Yeah. That one roughly 170,000 for that extension from Bright Point. Extend the Route 1 up to J. Sarge and Reynolds up on Aaron. That was planned for this year, and then the Route 19 extension to Goochland. That's about a 0.6 miles change, and that one's about $60,000 as far as it's about cost neutral for that one. Looking into FY24, planning for some of those services we talked about on grants. Like Rango has the Green Cities coming online. Virginia Center Commons, doing another extension of Route 1 all the way up to there for about 1.3 million. And then in the city, looking at some of those frequency increases identified to making it from every 15 minutes down to 10 minutes, which would even more improve some connections in the downtown area. Doing some south side improvements on frequencies, which is 2.2 million because routes that are 60 minutes and 30 minutes a day, basically doubling, that doubles the cost. So very expensive. Some frequency improvements on the Route 19. The Route 3 out in Azalea, going up to Durango, and the short bump one. Route 20, that one is 30 minutes, that we're currently operating 60 minutes, the goal is 15. So that one ends up being about 3 billion. And on the all the way down the bottom where the north-south BRT ends up being, that would be very ambitious for that 128, and roughly a $10 million increase for that route. All right, and this shows what those routes would do. So further into Goochland here, further up to Brook Road, all the way up to the development in Virginia Center Commons, further down to Chesapeake Courthouse, and this is instead of micro transit as well. This is the extension of the 1B out to Walmart Way. And then some other frequency improvements on the 7th out to the airport. So the conversation with this one is we have 5-year outlook. Is there anything that you guys have as far as not even just thinking about, I guess, expansion, but thinking about, and I'm going to use the example of Whole Street, the BRT moving to later, where it started out with like so many alternatives for north-south, and now it's narrowed down to 9, which is basically some variation of Chamberlain being north, 3 different ways across the city, across the river, and then there's still 3 lanes on the bottom. So all together, it's like 9 different alternatives. The one that does not still exist on that is Whole Street in terms of the bridge, in terms of looking at Whole Street from downtown all the way to Southside Plaza. It's not really, there's not really area for a dedicated lane, and unless you go further out, but it needs something that's more reliable in terms of transit. What would be, I guess, a creative thinking about innovation that you said, Dave, like what, are there any ideas out there, what we could do from improvements on that? And throwing that out there with Cheryl and I had just threw it out there, I know I'm very interested this years ago. We went to Kansas City and they had like the streetcar to nowhere, but just something that would still be an improvement would really help with like the TOD that's happening in Manchester area. I know that sometimes it just exists for like the way it looks, but it does, and it is as well in terms of huge investment, but things like that, like that you guys, they already know that development opportunities happening in your jurisdiction, and there's several modes out there that can work. We don't want to just be bus, but something that really goes into the overall benefit of the region, and can also be attractive to come here.
So for the come here piece, I would like to add that once we figure out the details of the city center and the headquarters hotel across the convention center, I think as a region, we want to see the convention center succeed, get bigger events, more bigger events, and helps all of us towards the dollar, et cetera. I think having a connector to the airport would help them sell a lot more bigger events because a direct connection, I have to 2 stops. It's the airport, straight down the highway, right into where the convention center is, you have the headquarters hotel, the area. You might put another one at the parking lot across from the convention center. If you keep going down to the financial district area, the other hotels, if you want to, maybe go to the main station and then circle right back out. There's opportunity for that route in the future as the plan develops. Think about how that could be the development.
You probably need that to be more frequent, not necessarily the other carry over bus, but you might be looking at it at a different vehicle that makes that trip on a more frequent
Because
You get off your airplane, you gotta wait for a bus, that would take away from it.
I think most rockets. There's too many stops. There's too many lights along the way. It's not a bad route, it's just not a local, it would be the express. It'd be pretty parts of it. But yeah, it's not fair.
What did you say?
It's at like the full scope of rockets to the airport. Back way, but
That was one of the future expansion.
it could be. I think that could be more employees. But it does kind of make, I mean, I think this is where, the whole system is kind of meant to mirror what a metro might be in another city, like having a full route that goes from the airport to downtown, then keeps going west to, the city, west to Rico.
yeah, it doesn't make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense to go from Rockets to the airport, but from the airport straight downtown. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the bird off to try to get the Rockets from the airport, like.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that route as you can't.
It's the wrong way around.
But it is kind of like, I mean, again, I would think that if it's something that connects you into our whole system, right? Already in front of the convention center, et cetera, versus the being something, you gotta catch one trick, one thing to get, and then you gotta run the whole system. I don't know, it just seems like it's a different line of,
Yeah, it could be very different. I think that's something which I've gone to Boston, and I've heard the silver line that goes from that to the metro, the T system. It's interesting because it's a bus, and then it pulls off the road, and then it stops, and it turns to run gas, and they lift their electrical thing on the streetcar, and goes on the ground. And so it's an integrated part of their overall network system. Just think there are tools and options around us that are doing similar affordable ways of getting to the transit system. That's not necessarily the same. So just thinking through, there are examples of really good to see what the emotional aspect to. It could be fun for around like that. Also, people are cutting edge with like a partner like energy or electric or other type of technologies that could be different, being totally focused bus because it's just a route. It's not instead of eating all the bells and whistles with by itself, just connected. That could be a marketing tool as well because it provides different tourism marketing aspects. There's a lot of stuff in that bus. You have commercials and that showing places to go to while you're here. And it could be very different things than what locals want to see. While there's just thinking through some potential options.
Yeah, sure. So thinking of the challenge on Wall Street, in Manchester, would it work to have just a circulator route over that downtown? But a smaller vehicle that just connects people to the largest thing. Yeah, the loads on that route are heavy. You have to get it supported.
But you was talking about, route to see here.
Stay in the area but touch the pretty the system.
Great. And we have a real challenge every day with, every day I live with it, we haven't had any casualties in the area, but it really is an issue. This is, we have bus stops on every block. And in the effort to do things differently, to control the traffic speeds and pedestrian safety. I don't, not to cross over, even in my car, or walking on Whole Street, I'll find another way around it. It's just, and, we really need to change some of the transportation thing on Whole Street, especially once you get to, I think, from Commerce going there maybe up to Route 1, maybe. I think that's picking up more to be on the same. Going south of that, it's not seem to be as much a challenge. The streets are a little bit different, wider, and more lanes than once you get into, especially Congress, but maybe Route 1. And maybe there is a different, there is a real desperation for some type of transportation, highly dense communities.
Yeah, I think we could take a harder look at it, that's something where it actually encourage people not to drive in the public pedestrian, maybe jump on whatever train is there. Also doing it with transit development, so also revitalization of that area. I was almost say on the Belt Boulevard, do that drive to be all the way up. But I think we could look at that. The others in the counties, we haven't already mentioned it. Well, I think in Chesterfield, you identified a lot of micro transit zones that, didn't make the cut for the phase 1 and phase 2. But, assuming that we have some good success with Wall Street micro transit zone, we're gonna wanna keep rolling that out. Okay. Like the stuff around Boulders and 60, especially with demo grant coming on that, try to get more people using the local service. And then down at 10-1, having the zone incorporate Chester, where we've got more density, connecting people, destinations.
We really, I'm trying to figure out how to take businesses like Lego, Civica, Plenty, and what's already existing and get them to work together to run some kind of shuttle back and forth right so that we don't have to connect it through GRTC. It's connected. Like they figure out a way to connect to us instead of us connecting to them.
The RideFinders is.
But if we can do that, that's going to be imperative for people that need to get to work and those opportunities that are there. They can get to Brightpoint, we can get that last connection. That would be fantastic for everybody. And those businesses need it too, so they need the employees as much as the employees need them. So there's got to be a way to work together.
Can I ask a question? What does the data look like for Rockets or what it calls downtown? Is that good traffic there?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know it's not one of the. I'm gonna get off at the 24th Street, 24th station, because that's where all the connections are. So 4A, 4B.
Right. So I know this sounds crazy, so I'm just saying this inside the room. Okay, so so rerouting the posts, meaning we're not married to a particular route forever. If that route, if the potential for a particular route hits a ceiling, because I'm just going back to what Lincoln was saying about the airport. If that route took a different course, that didn't end up as rockets. Like you can run some of the rockets, but it's not the pulse per se. I mean, maybe that's something to look at some point. And you can take the airport route straight to Broad Street, whatever. I don't know. You're not smiling. No,
I understand. I'm visualizing it in my head.
I think connecting the convention center hotel, and the airport has some merit to figuring out.
And I'm assuming we're saying pulse because we're saying higher, well, faster trip. Right?
Yeah, so you're saying, sorry, so yours, you still go to Main Street, or are you saying stay on Washington?
Well, you can get the main and then Broad real quick. my thing is trying to get to the airport, trying to get the right thing from the airport. It's gonna add, you know what I'm saying? To me, that's just a long route, somebody to have to get off their plane and then ride off people around. That's pretty much what they're gonna be doing, so.
I would think, I mean, your jumping off point, I don't know what you call the government center stops, the ones that are basically at City Hall, the General Assembly building, et cetera. You know, from there, it's very easy, get onto 64, heading east, and, you know, coming back the other way, similar sort of, you could hit government stops there. Convention center, keep going, but I think your point is kind of, I mean, it is worth asking. I think the route for the polls was based on best data, et cetera, and we want to connect to the bottom and rockets, et cetera, but, you know, is that,
So the only
I'm
thing
sure the
about-
poll struggles with 14th Street, like, I mean, it is not for that large of a vehicle, particularly because.
So I was about to say, Rockets is next, I mean, but they had, so that's not true. Still have, yeah, what's the, still got another huge project that's about to be built across the street. from Rockets. So it's like, you're gonna have people, Rockets is pretty much maxed out, but you still, so I don't know, I mean, we don't go any, you know, don't tell it, but. Yeah, but the idea of the airport being a place that people can access transportation that can quickly get them to downtown Richmond. You know, especially to, you know, as we continue to have conversations about, mega hotel and all that, you know, downtown.
But the other side too is I think it would be even more starting to see, start thinking seriously about the North South BRT, where it's like, you know, I assume somewhere downtown where you're gonna be able to switch from going east, west, or south, right? So the airport, I can look at where I can get up to, you know, up Route 1, continue west to Short Pump, go south to Chesterfield, right? And I know from the airport that, you know, maybe I've got to switch to the north-south, but I can get any to the 4 main points on the star. That's kind of why I went to Pulse instead of just viewing it as like a airport to downtown circuit, right? Can I ask you to pivot a little bit just to ask about, you know, one of the priorities we looked at before ranking was the connection hubs, right? And one of the areas I think, but we have, as a board, I think, talked a lot about is the vision that we need. What is GRT's current strategy thinking around transfer centers, either one downtown or, you know, I mean, I've been around long enough that I've heard all the different theories. No transfer center, one transfer center, multiple transfer centers, like all of it has been. And I think, you know, from my perspective, I would like to know sooner than later what staff's recommendation is as to what our strategic focus should be. But also, in the short term, love enough to hear an update on the downtown transfer centers. I feel like that has stalled. I don't want to say it's stalled, but it's like we got all the way there. Now we're kind of looking, waiting for the first bus to pull in. So like, where are we in that? What's it going to quote unquote turn on? And then, you know, what do you all see as the need, and so that we can start planning for the future city center? How long are we going to need the temporary site? You know, it's, I think, Ms. Robertson both said in multiple occasions that that's a prime site for the development. We don't want to hurt the transit system, but we need to start thinking now so that, you know, in an ideal world, the city would go out for an RFP for development and have enough window of getting the transfer needs met elsewhere before we would actually be looking for construction.
That's gonna be, yeah. So it's 12, that is actually the next section.
That's fun.
Do you wanna leave that as like intro and take a break for lunch here? I don't think it's serious. Do you wanna keep going and you wanna start with that one or let's do last one here? For capital project, I think we should, yeah. We can start that. All right. All right, capital projects. similar to expansion, this is a 5-year outlook. And I will go to, I'll start with the temporary. Okay, so our temporary downtown transfer station. This is the rendering. It will look like this today. All the islands and markings are in. So just refresh 12 bus bays, sawtooth. We'll have operator restroom. Operator restroom is going to be operator access only. Was supposed to originally open in May. We had seen some coordination delays as far as where does this electricity come from? Was a huge thing. City wasn't sure it was theirs. City wasn't sure it was theirs. We figured it out. So they have a plan in the works to get that in. The light poles have just gone in and get more intense electricity to the restroom facility. Next, so that's still happening right now. So that was delayed. Second delay is, which we're not necessarily waiting for, but if it happens to align to the restroom, the shelters are supposed to be here in the middle of August. Then electricity won't be done until the beginning of August. We might as well wait for shelters come. Because the plan was to bring the shelters from 9th Street over to the facility. It doesn't make sense to pay to have it when the new ones are going to be there anyway. So we're looking at opening mid-August, like August 18th, I think it is, that Monday. But we are waiting for some confirmation of when the restroom is coming. I did email, for your knowledge, Jerona recently and asked her if we could have conversation. Assuming it's the same capital construction who's doing the development, because they had, I know you guys who sold the property wasn't in it, they would rush that for us. So we can coordinate that and engage her with the date basically by late August. I'm not sure the coordinates, and I know that we are already exactly a year into our lease, so the 5-year lease.
So you need the city to help coordinate the shelters from the old temporary to the new temporary.
It's not the city, it's the contractor, the construction company who's actually doing the demo. But Jerona was kind of a liaison between the conversation.
So for the demo of the
So the greater question is whether or not, what is our master plan as it relates to need for transfer centers collectively throughout the city, region?
Okay.
What's that master plan?
Yes, so I heard the various conversations, I know we started various additional conversations, but I would say staff's recommendations, we do all of them. They all serve different purposes. The one where Mr. Nelson just mentioned, Ascot Rockets Landing on 24th Street is actually where people utilize the poles because that's the connection to my routes. It's a horrible location. Also figure next where basically you're on the hill on Franklin Street, which is very narrow. I think it's cobblestone. Poles is down here. You have people who have wheelchairs. You can't fit in shelters. There's no protected crossing. I got an email on Friday where 60 poles got hit.
So 24th Street is right at the
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So more people are utilizing.
that's how you get, where you get to the full 10, they're using that to get to.
Okay. You kept saying 24, I was like, wait a minute, but yes, that is a busy.
Yes.
Yes, that's busy.
So that's one of our major connections. It's the way the network is. We're not going to require people to go all the way downtown when the connections to neighborhoods are there. Lots of neighborhood need. Same with Southside Plaza, another 5 connections that go there. It just makes the system more efficient. If everything kind of stays where they can have connections, like those routes stay on the south side, those routes stay on the east end. That's what the network redesign did, where we were able to go further with the same down plan. Before we brought everything downtown. But as you can see in the little lawn dot, I showed this before, and then what you see downtown, this is April data, not the new transfer, we brought everything already to the downtown area. We're looking at about 7,500 transfers a day that happen at the downtown. That's still where we have connections set up on those hubs where they're making it work today with lack of infrastructure. So before it was spread out between Broad and Fort, the reason we were Broad and Second The reason we did second and third, which was just not a great setup, was that we actually put in for the city to purchase property at Grayson Adams, and it didn't work out. So we had set up, we thought that was promising, so we set it up where we could easily flip from Second and Broad to go to that transfer station when it was done. It didn't work out, so that's we stayed, half of it stayed on public safety building, half of it stayed there. Everything was moved down to the public safety building in the evening. It's a setup, which is not really nice for all, like, it's very, very,
Question.
yeah.
So they need to go to 14th Street. What were you thinking? 14th, what? You said-
14th is, correct, but 14th is where this is coming down, being from 24th, right? The pulse is turning right, going up 14 past, and then turning left on Broad, reverse
So
coming
you
the other
saying
direction.
that 14th Street is the problem?
I don't think it's a great,
It's our most difficult area because it's a state land.
Okay.
yeah, so
We are looking at, we picked up a dedicated lane study and working with a city staff on potentially making that a dedicated pocket for left turn for the pulse, and that help us.
So we did the pulse, pretty much wherever the pulse is, it has to be 15.
So that would be great. Yeah,
Right.
that would be great.
So then it won't work. Like going from the airport.
no, that's why I was saying,
Oh.
instead of turning right on 14, you would just more or
I'm
less
just
stay
saying,
straight and
going-
get on the interstate.
So if you go over from the airport and you go to Williamsburg, Grand Mile, any of those, it's gonna be infrastructure.
Well, I think
Yeah, it's gonna be infrastructure problems.
But what I thought we were gonna talk about here was using the interstate from the airports now.
Oh, okay. So not, okay.
Instead of not trying to connect it to Rock, it's not trying to do it.
That's what it is.
So that's why Adrian said 14th Street. So when I say broad, you were thinking 14th Street. I mean, you were thinking, Main Street because 24.
Yeah, it stays
Right,
there.
right. Yeah, because there's no way to really bypass, because there's too much going on right there.
I was just thinking that you could envision an airport to downtown on this direct line, then there's the spur that goes down Rockets. And if you're downtown, just like you would a metro, you're looking for the bus that's gonna go either to the airport or the one that's gonna go to Rockets, depending on what your final destination.
That makes sense.
I'm not sure, but I don't know the answer. But DOT, what is the limit for it to go on interstate? Not what is the dedicated.
So that's connection to a hub, a transfer hub that gives you opportunities to go wherever you want to go. We keep talking about a temporary in downtown Richmond, and we've invested over twice with that.
Go ahead.
So I guess the question I'm asking is, what's the master plan for transfer stations, because we have had these up and down. It seems as if we would want to have hubs that give you connection to the master plan of the transit system, that, and certainly central downtown would be the natural place to have them. But I'm troubled by us continually having temporary.
Yeah.
And making significant investments. But temporary.
Well, I mean, from, I'm trying to think defense last year, but we've had a lot of, say, false starts on getting that permanent option in place, whether it was the option in Navy, or it was the Grayson Adams, GRTC proposal that goes back to Boston. Which I think it is. I don't think it, I know in cities, we would be thrilled to have the permanent solution. We just have, we got to find the lots with it.
The Navy,
And if I could just jump in real quick, I think there's also just been maybe where it has moved a little bit is like, when we say transfer center, what needs to be included, right? Like how, and I've heard folks push the transfer center that's really just, one side of the street, talking about the somewhere along the convention center for being that. And as long as there's an indoor space for, operator restrooms and space for waiting out of the elements, does that accomplish it, or does it need to be the full bottom floor of a high rise, right? Like, does it need, like, what's the footprint it needs, what are the amenities it needs, so that we can fit it in with where we have the opportunities from land access. You know, I think some of the sites we also looked at then the vacant lots on Broad Street, right? They just weren't big enough. And the fear was that the backup would actually work the poles. So just flagging that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of brain power's going into finding the perfect solution. I just don't know that we fit that spot yet.
I'll just quickly do it. So this shows underneath it, the 2011 study identified several studies, and in 2020, when you guys did our non-departmental contract with ordinance for funding, I know council required us to do an ad hoc committee to basically find a permanent site. We did start that. This is kind of, we had the convention center, this is downtown community, and this is what came up of it. It's basically that blue area that we looked at topography, ridership, what parcels were available that were acre, and what the city owned. Kind of came up to the blue area, and where the ones with the darker blue are kind of like city owned. And then, so 59% thought that next steps to be able to identify if they're supportive of it, and they strongly supported basically being in this area for transport development. And the reason we approached it that way was that every other site that was done was killed by the community. So we just felt like the need was to be, like, we were never going to be the best use, to be honest. So to kind of get them on board of where it could be, because I think the letter went to you guys, and the reaction to that letter for the Grayson Adams was not positive. That's why that one didn't necessarily go anywhere.
So Adrian, the question in regards to this result of the work that I know is trying to find solutions for, there's two things that are very important to add to the dialogue now.
Yeah.
Is this body.
Great.
And the regional view of where buses need to go beyond just the community pushback, because name a project we're talking about in city council, city hall right now, that doesn't have to be pushed back on some capacity. We're now getting, I think, more used to it, handling a bigger vision of where we're going to get to. As I think this body is, so there's a connection where we can say, sure, you might not like it, but this is where it's going to go. Thank you for being engaged, we appreciate your actions matter, but we have, this is where we're going. I think that's something that we, I think, need to support further. The other thing is, I feel, does this include current PRT, future PRT? We've got changes to some bridges that are coming online, rapidly, either create opportunities or change routes that we have with the name of bridge, et cetera. What are some ways we can think about how this could shift the prioritization of location based upon these conversations? Because every time I see the maps of where we're looking at PRT north-south, there's this weird, well, we have to go downtown. And my question would be, can we not create that connection where the center to the PRT north-south at Belvedere to go to the one that goes to Broad Street downtown if you want to go to the city center and city hall, rather than having every route goes to the same place? Because I would hate that we maybe in the next 10, 20 years change the location of city hall, we'll move the courts somewhere, and now it's not the same plan it was when we're talking about it today. That's where I think, yeah, we need to have a better argument for, not us, but like an argument for the public, understand why we're making decisions. And that way, it's kind of like, I understand no one's going to be active. Someone's going to have it in part of their business. Someone's going to have it in part of their home. It's just part of what we're going to do. I'm sorry. And that's, I think, what we have to do with the argument here. Right now, I don't think we have that text. I think this conversation gets there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so in 2020, I would say definitely a different time where we are today. This board was definitely an opportunity and a right time to have the conversation. I don't know what the two crossings are Belvedere and Manchester Ridge that are currently left on how to cross the river, and the city already got funding for dedicated lane improvements on Manchester Ridge. So I don't know how the study's going to go, but that also is something that's kind of already factored in. Whether the courts are there or not there, the way that the master plan is being implemented, there's still going to be development and density increases in the downtown area where we're going to want to go. So I think that it still ends up being CDP as far as meeting a transportation. But that's basically our recommendation, somewhere in the downtown area to go to the neighborhoods, and your ask open. And I've seen the R5s that were out there where they requested people to submit 6 bays in the transit mall. Not saying that transit mall would work, we definitely need, more than 6 days, we need at least 13. I don't know if that could fit on a city block, so it would probably be a city mall that might end up, incorporating. This is one from Raleigh where they did a public-private partnership and this mixed-use affordable housing on top. And I think that they had basically one part of the parcel on the first floor had like almost a driveway entrance and an airport, so half of it was underneath, the other half was in transit mall. I think something like that would work, but still like space on the inside for restrooms and for operators as well as the riders. So I would say go to a transit mall, but just good here. Yes. Right.
I got a question for you, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 12:15. We are officially still at service expansion or? All right, so we have a couple of things, to go. Do you guys want to do you guys want to work on it, or you want to stay alone? I probably would rather leave early, so we're going to give us, the ability to get out early. Anybody opposed to it? All right, so after they set up, this is the, I see nothing on the scene. This is once they get set up, it's so it's 12:10 now. Can we reconvene? Can we start back at 12:30? Okay, is that okay with you guys? All right, Todd looks like he want to be here all day.
Yeah, I don't like the airport, we're like,
I'll be right back.
We still have this question. And then we're gonna jump into finance. That's a lot of people. There's not exercise. So that's just your, yes, you were saying, I was saying. Okay, no one knows it. If it's close, because the promise is what the US had. But that study that said that we were collecting minority population. So that was the compromise.
Also frustrating.
There's
Yeah.
Done. Let's go find $5 million.
Cool.
The state has happened.
I'll call all my friends.
I thought it was a conversation about the novel.
You can remember the name of
Yeah.
Isn't it on the right side?
well, the first part of it is
I still, it's like rocket one and rocket two. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of this. I could run you a train here. I want to be my trainer here. They're expensive, they're difficult. You have to learn the IC for the city. Oh, I like the idea of the whole street.
You can't keep it that long with something like this. And they change the name. They change the name because they got to be a fish.
This is your
Thank you so much for thinking about
Everyone ready to continue on? All right, I'm going to continue on with the capital project, and then we're going to get into financial projections, some conversation, and then if you guys want to talk about anything, got it. All right, so some of you in development have seen these, but just an overview of kind of where we are with all of our projects we worked on in our study. So first one, articulated buses and full station modifications. We applied for 6 vehicles that is work scale as well as with GRTC. Money has changed, costs have gone up, so we have to afford forward, which is fine. So the plan is to phase them in. We would like to order at least one by the end of the year and the others the year after. We are currently we're almost done with engineering for the full station modification. Very minor. Looking at about $6,000 to knock down kind of the aesthetic walls that line the boarding area. And those should take about a year to get complete. So we're hoping within the next 18 months to 2 years that we have station modified as well as a couple arches on the whole corridor. We plan on putting 2 others on some of the other stuff. North South BRT line, I already highlighted this a lot earlier. As far as the timeline, the study will be complete by the end of the study, end of the summer. We have 2 meetings, stakeholder advisory meeting and technical advisory meeting next week. The week of the 24th, and we will be rolling into the next phase study, which is environmental and engineering. Right after that, to be ready for any sort of grant opportunities. I don't know. The city had applied for smart scale application for additional pole station at Robert.
It's your TJ, high school.
Okay, it's exciting. This was the station that was supposed to be part of the original one, but the development didn't happen. We shifted it to the Stone Brewing area, and now that the development has happened, we put the station in, and there will be some dedicated lane improvements that will end up going all the way to Rango. So this one is supposed to start in engineering at 125. The Western Pulse extension, the study was completed. The one we did in coordination with Rango and Plan RPA identified the Western terminus for short term to be fair. Looking at maybe the 1-2 station addition, and the map on the left kind of highlights the density supports it up to that area for BRT style. Looking at doing a park and ride and coordination with that, seeing some of the need over in the lawn area. And the phase 2 study we're planning on hoping to kick off by the end of this year. Microshrink is a quick update on this. I mentioned earlier, it's the 5 zones. We plan on the first one being the Washington Park, Azalea / Hanover zone. Up in the second, not the actual one right below it. It's not to have it, but it will go around Memorial Hospital in Hanover, and having the pocket service that goes from Rango to Hanover for accessibility, as well storage facility. We are working, this is the building that is the church lot, next to us, that was kind of like a dump. Right now, we are excited that we are working right now on mitigation plan and demo plan. So that should be demoed within the next year, and we're working in the short term to be able to do a gravel lot on it and have some parking set up for already doing that capacity for vehicle storage. As we have conversations with potentially doing some sort of alternative fuel beyond CNG, like electric or hydrogen fuel, it'll give us the opportunity to have those space to different fueling types somewhere else. Also, they're doing conceptual design with it, which could include kind of a similar style where the street has some right of way for transit facilities, for transportation, that can utilize kind of the underway for in the building for people to actually go drive. Our PTI plan, the shelter convention, we have actually now contracted with the board to get going. We have about $5 million in funds already. So quite a bit we can do, and that includes the money that Michael got for basically all of their stuff. For shelter convention, continue to get more funds for that. So we at least 11 shelters go in August, September, and then the ones that are currently at Transfer Plaza on 9th Street will also be going in. I'm not sure where it's at.
I don't know, call requesting one. About the border, the Forster launch, highway. Anyway, somewhere in Southside, there's a stop you can have right now. And the frequency we have shows concern that it's sitting out there waiting for 30 plus minutes.
Okay.
Places, wanted to share that.
Okay.
I know this is what it's really long. How do you know about that?
Okay, that'd be helpful.
As top of mind that we're talking about that stuff, they call it.
Okay.
It was
Okay. Down to the transfer station. This image just shows with all the capital projects and all the expansions, what our footprint of our system is invested in the next 5 years. And this is the capital associated with it. So that's like FY 27. Some of the DRT. All right, that is capital. If you have any comments or conversations with DP about capital, go ahead and jump in.
Financial projections. As you can appreciate, there's a lot of moving pieces in here and a lot of assumptions, but try to be conservative. So this is an eye chart, but let me start on this one here, one of the most significant items in CDPA. So what we have done as a baseline to start constructing this is we were using the VDOT forecast that was from January 23, which basically would project out the entire proceeds going to CDPA, and this is about 15%. So as you can see over the year, we're expecting it to grow. So the percentages here are not governing the VDOT forecast growth. That's more or less the assumptions that we're using to predict what our own going in. So as you can see that we have going from in 24, 34.2 million represent our 15%, all the way up to about 40.8 million in 2033. The first couple of years of VDOT forecasts, as they have experienced, have been conservative. So this is probably a conservative depiction of what we foresee the future CBTA projections come
we'll bounce back to the original slide here. Okay, so construct of this model here is the CVTA baseline is coming in here. What we have here is our current existing ECU revenues, which will become part of, in 25, become part of the matching care contributions to other sponsors, as well as, in here in the 24 adopted, $1.5 million of that is Richmond's operating contribution, which you'll see goes back into Richmond's operating contribution in 2025. We have basically assumed, pretty much moderate growth in here. It's kind of hidden, but we're predicting a CPI growth of about 3.5% in 25. That was on the other page that was CPI, ranging down to about 2% in 2033. That would basically dictate what the growth in the operating contribution from the city of Richmond and Wrangell and Chesterfield are as the CPA formula is dictated by the indexing. So February of 24 will be our next index. All net operating revenue, we're expecting, you see, we reflected the reduction in the state back funding back down to what is 2024 award, and we're conservatively increasing the DRT growth about no more than 3%. And we're forecasting that the FTA 5307 and 5339 are more or less more applicable for the 5307 funds, growing about 3% a year. More or less, the 23 forecast, very low usage as we're running a surplus, as we discussed earlier, so we really have to use PM reimbursement or ADA reimbursement. But we see that in the out years, basically that's the maximum flexing for PM and ADA. Pretty consistent with assumptions for federal and state operating grants from 25 forward. This little spike here, this is a little higher, as you know, in our 24 adopted budget. We have some specific larger grants that we factored in. So we've kind of removed those from the future as kind of being off, not the norm. Advertising revenue, just modest increase going up to about $1 million with expansion, more buses and more opportunities to gain revenue on there. Interest income, flatlined at $500,000. I don't believe the current treasury rates that we're having now and the experience is going to continue. So we will generate more cash, but I don't think we'll have an offset rate. All, net operating revenue ranging from 81.8 million to 94 million. This is the base revenue forecast. So this doesn't have any growth. So on the other side of the baseline is our expense side. So this is basically the starting point was taken on our 24 adopted operating budget. And this basically, the head count is maintained at 300 operator levels. So this is basically just the assumption for CPI increases. Kind of, understanding in the service line, the reason that box is it's kind of an orangey color is because that we're reflecting as the large projects that we budgeted in 24, 25 are coming to an end. It goes back down to more normalized over $10 million in the service line.
So which projects are counted in that services?
And this 17 here was the,
so we got like the particular buses purchases,
well, this is the consulting stuff.
It's
This is all up.
sorry.
like
So as you can see, with no expansion, we tend to run into a little bit of, it's 26, 27, and we haven't used any reserves. This doesn't reflect utilization of any of the GRTC operating reserve or any of the additional CDK monies that are being held. This is just assuming the baseline funding for everything. So we're pretty close, a little here and there. That's a little negative at that point.
John, just be sure you said these are based
that we have partnerships for the zero fare.
Yeah, the zero fare, yeah, that's showing here is that we're agreed to have a partnership. Of 20 million a year. It basically replaces the trip grant, the zero fare, 5.5 million plus all in the ECU 1.5.
So we're gonna, where are we? So that's the expected 6.2.
Yes.
And we're going on the time for.
But you are rolling whatever the long-term agreement with BCU is into that 6.8.
Yeah, so the one.
We have a $5 million sponsorship.
And BCU is staying.
We bring other sponsors.
Yeah, they know what they're looking for. If others, I think they're because of the show, and conversation, so if they see other partners on board, they will continue to get that out.
Prior to our time here, where was sponsorship? What was an all-time sponsor? Those schools, where were our sponsors when we were doing it?
So we have the.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so we did come close to five. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's an aggressive goal. It's great. It's a great goal. That's aggressive. I hope we hit it. That'd be a great goal. Yeah. But really good.
Yeah, we didn't really have a marketing group that actually went after getting people to do that before people had it.
This number is 20. How do, is there a basic way we got it? Or we just put it on?
Yeah,
there?
so
Fairness,
so we usually got to $8 and $9 million there, so we have 2% recovery rate.
So it's built on need, not on what we think the market can handle.
Right, yeah, we had 1.2 savings, so 6.8 was the net.
One of the things that, obviously we do, there are other transit companies that have been using the sponsorship thing for a little bit of time now, like it's more of a. Any indication of what's available is 5 million on top of this doable, or is with another jurisdiction look at us and be like, "Hey, good luck getting that," or would they say, "No, that's feasible for the number of impressions." And I was we have to get to that point, see if that number is legit.
Yeah, I think there's not just the advertising, but other partnership opportunities with universities, to similar models.
That would be great. That all goes in that bucket.
So this next group here is the operating expenses for the expansion. So going back. So this chart that Adrian showed is basically taking all this, which is between 24 and 28, distilling it into what would we look like with those figures. So what I do is I set up a model based upon our current manning levels, understanding that we have 300 operators and with the ratio of operators to supervisors and the number of mechanics for the service miles, kind of use that as a leverage point to get there. So taking what Adrian has, it looks like about an incremental cost of about 11.1 million in 2025, about 2 million in 26, additional 5 million in 27, and another 9 million in 2028. So compared to the miles at revenue miles of expansion, roughly between $8 and $8 per revenue mile cost to achieve those levels of service that we plan on doing. So when you look at that, that has been layered in on top of the previous baseline operating expenses, and then these are displayed over the time. So we go from upwards of to about $136 million in operating expense in 2033, as compared to I believe it's like an incremental. It's 102. So we go from 102 to 133 million days. So we're adding roughly $36 million in expenses in the out year. Just went through the CDA revenue. So when you layer that into the operating, you'll see we're going up to about 126 million in revenue in the out years. Everything else is held constant with the base thing, with the these are the, you know, the base expansion requirements that was shown. And then when you cumulatively include that, increase them by the CPI rate, you can see where we tend to run out of our cumulative reserve that we save. This is just the CPA reserve sometime in 2027, which is kind of consistent with a lot of the zero fare analysis that we've had. So these are, this is basically keeping the amount of studies and capital. The studies are pretty well flat, and then the capital is taken at 750,000, assuming that we're going to do more buses and so forth like that as we grow. This will be a local share. So like I said, a lot of moving pieces, but so we tend to deplete our money that was stockpiled away to CPK in the 28 time frame.
So keep in mind with that, like he has on there, very conservative amount that goes towards the match for capital projects. But if we're doing, you saw on the other chart I had where capital projects basically start spiking in 26, 27 as we do the building and poles, which all requires matching. So he has it only goes at 600,000 we have for capital. So basically we're putting all of the money in of CBTA in this model, to show basically all of it goes towards the service. We wouldn't have any towards capital. So just throwing out that we have just being strategic in showing that if we do nothing, we're fine, which we've shown as far as baseline service, we can sustain for quite a bit. We bring in a partnership for zero fares, which had a similar 28, as John said, so this is the third year of the challenge. But if we start to do expansion, which I think the original legislation was looking at us doing $10 million of expansion, but as costs also increase, that $10 million only goes so far. And if we're doing something like a north-south BRT as well, just need to have conversations about what are the other operating resources that can help, revenue that can help alleviate this. And I'm going to kind of give my own kind of criticism of, I guess, of way the legislation, as far as 6%, that made sense as far as more money coming in, but it was done at a finite amount of time, meaning it looked at service that existed at that point, without thinking about the fact that, well, service is not going to always be as is, like we're sustainable if it is as it is, but as we add service, and the jurisdictions have reduced, we have to look at other sources of revenue to be able to kind of make that the difference if we were to truly expand. I know we had a similar conversation which didn't go well back in 2020, not bad, but like how it seemed like Julie was asking for more money at that time, but really the conversation was when we hit 27, 28, that we didn't have enough to sustain expansion. And so kind of bringing that back up, and what you had said, I know at that time was like, jurisdictions aren't going to leave you to basically not have that money. That was the conversation at that time. And still want to throw the picture out there that 25, the 26 and 27 is not that far out. We don't want to spend all the CBTA money on service expansion as well. Because we need that to be able to do something. It's like money that's there that goes to so much.
I think it goes back to our balancing earlier, of like, we're gonna need to expand and increase frequencies. It's not either or. You know, it has to be both. Put all the money expansion, you may be able to do this, like, yeah, I have to do half of that, and the other half to increase the frequency so that it works for folks.
As well as strategically set them aside to go for leveraging, like, as well as we've already had conversations with Lorenzo about opportunities to maybe use some of the regional CBTA dollars where we can't apply, but the counties or the cities can apply if it's projects that are important to the region on our behalf. So we're going to try and be strategic and smart about the resources that are outside of CBTA, but we've never had the conversation as far as the jurisdictions expand, and it was capped at a certain finite amount of time of what the service is at that point, but we're expanding each of the jurisdictions, whether it's frequencies or alignment, what kind of should be more of a policy discussion for bringing more money to the table. I mean, ideas we talk about is maybe it's a 50% kind of as you expand a certain amount, maybe we use all the CBTA, and then maybe it's 50% after a certain point, or it's a match like the key does.
I don't think we really, scratched. We have scratched the CBTA took us like a big step forward, but there are studies and analysis. I think I didn't want to have the meeting not mention that. I do think that there's a group opportunity, whether we're looking at regional CBTA dollars of the current structure, whether you get done everything to maximize transit funding that, you know, the state would like to authorize us to do compared to what is available for HRC or the Virginia Transportation Authority, how they want transit there. I just think we may have some rocks to turn over for additional revenue that we have to turn over.
Can I suggest this? I think right now where we are is also about Wallace, usually about relationship too. And I think what they just brought up was essential, build a certain level of trust that we can have a conversation where we don't feel like we are being back into a corner, or being shaken down. That's what I felt like when I first got on board, like the first month or two, the approach was the problem. So it really is about, it's not that there's not a need for the money, it's pretty much still in the same spot. But I think, people at the table are more apt to do everything they can to make sure that we are in the best place. And you hear a suggestion, then a couple months later, we heard anything, we looked at this, we looked at that, we're doing this, we're trying this. All while the localities are more apt to be open to sharing possibly locality funding and needing additional shortfalls, et cetera, versus in return on ourselves and trying to keep each other up. And I think that was an unfortunate approach that we took previously. But I also think that if you're on board, there's some certain level of trust. We also see how we spend the money, what the plans are, etc. So, but it is, over half of us are elected. So if the board shifts, and you might have people that come on board, don't have that understanding that we feel we're fortunate that we have an administrator for one of the localities here. And my hope is between you and the neighborhood that y'all are building, that soldiers, build a relationship because they too, have the ability to influence.
Adrian, one comment on the question. So, reminder to the group as reference to regional revenues, only marginal for capital expenses for the years not operating. Second, if nothing else, to go to the exercise of what sponsorship numbers would look like on a fairly place. You have one that shows what fair revenues would be based on metrics, which overlaying the expansion over upcoming fiscal years.
You mean if we had fares right now, what would it look like based on?
As you expand, what your fair revenues were pre-COVID, what those would look like, if you projected those, and you answer to help understand what the replacement value of that.
Okay, there's of course, all of this moving parts, just thinking about our ridership is at a certain, we maxed out and federally maxed out state because of our productivity and performance, which is great. But putting that back in could also impact the success of the expansion. But yeah, we can do that analysis. Potentially ridership.
I realize it's a dynamic exercise. Yeah.
So it's not just, yeah. So you're saying this is what is the loss, future loss? Was it? Yeah. All right, I just wanted you guys to be able to see this. We'll continue to bring in, obviously there's no impact because we're FY24, the service expansion, got grants for, as well as, even though I There's a year that has, so Henrico County has 3 grants for 3 years of operating service. Which is like, I think $5 million annually. And that's not in there. So the net is actually not, it's not, still less, but it's not. If we keep going after all these great opportunities that are out there, it's a help mitigate this, and we will continue to do that. I know that. Yeah. Okay, assuming that, I think once we have enough operating. Joe, you're up. Close this out.
I was raised in the church, so usually when I get up at the end, I see something like I'm the only one standing between you and food, but so I'll try to get you all. Some of you received an email from me probably within the last 30 days trying to stand up RideFinders emails. I think one thing that Commissioner Board Member Anderson had said earlier was in changing our mission, we wanted to make sure that we had something for us for efficiency. One of the things that we're doing here on Disney leadership is making sure that this state becomes more efficient. And by doing that, I am happy to announce that in the near future, you guys will stop getting calendar invites speaking to you for every document that I drop in your subcommittee invite. Councilman Roberts is at a ribbon cutting. Typically what happens is I'll send out all John's reports and then another one will come in and I'll send it out again. What we're going to be doing is having a home page or a landing page that you can access. Our marketing and IT team has already created this portal. I can walk you through it. But some of this portal access and we drop files in it will have all the documents that we have. We want to make sure, and I think one of the reasons that we're recording this is Adrian wanted us to make sure that we're always transparent. Making sure that you guys have all the relevant information, not for just future board meetings, but previous ones, as well as subcommittees. Mr. Anderson might not serve on the finance committee, he might have financial questions. You can always be able to access that through this portal. The main thing that we need, and I know I've talked to some of you guys offline, some of you all have separate staff. We need to create you guys and subscribe to GRTC emails so you can have access to this. If we need to create emails for your additional staff, I think that's possible. I don't want to overcommit us. I don't see that here in a moment, but I think we have the licensure to increase that. But what that's going to do is click on another head as your FOIA officer. When we have hot topics and things going on with prevent the bleeding of your email address being able to be FOIA-able with certain things in the home place, GRTC. I can take us through, I don't know if you want me to walk through it.
It's okay for the board directors itself.
Okay. So what does that look like? Let's say that commissioner, oh, it's not working. I'm not picking. How about you?
Just drag it over.
Drag it over. Okay. Okay. So using a perfect example of, and I use examples that we're talking about, board member Sandra said something earlier, or a few minutes ago, about making sure we don't need any rock overturn. The different regions, their perspectives, funding levels, like in Hampton Roads region, exactly what Adrian said in 2019, and actually down there was at 100% of 2019 levels. So we're going growth. Here we did 50%. Of course, here I would say now that I'm an 804 person, here is better, so we're going to find a way. However, if Mr. Sanders wanted to go ahead and look back at documents that he had in the finance committee, with his access to the email, we'll click on the finance committee, or that's just not even see Mr. Sanders because he's on the committee. Mr. Anderson wants to see what's going on in finance. Click on it, you get 2023, the finance committee, and as you go through, we dropped all the files in here. Some of them are backdated, so as we go through it, it's already in the files. So we click on 2023. Let's just say we're going to go to March of 23.
we had the March Finance Committee, this will be a receptacle for this entire board for all the qualified information. Not only for most transparency, it's an easy way for everyone to be able to look at what we have going on. And of course, this is a new development because maybe this is your first year, full year, but this is also our first year having these subcommittees of this magnitude. So this is gonna hopefully help with our efficiency and help with me setting calendar invites every 10 minutes when files begin to drop. You have access to the finance committee for board presentations. I know Janice, Ashley, and the support staff will also have access to have projects and plans. And I'm sure we went through the day after the presented you guys robust and very, very quick, accelerated capital plan, but you get into the system and be able to see different things. Hopefully, I want to speak to the return, we'll be able to turn some of this stuff out to the public as well. So if we have these communications right now, you get on your phone, you go to the calendar invite from your last subcommittee meeting in the year 2000, that was cool, where you click on it and see all the tax documents. We're going to have this repository or this portal dedicated just to you all to have that interaction.
And so you can just download the app from SharePoint, and once you get your email login, you can just add it to your phone or your tablet or probably the easiest way.
If you have any issues with that, contact us, Cheryl or Adrian, I'll try to help out. We have to come to your location to make sure we can get your email set up. I do know we have some issues, not issues, but we do have some licenses to get through, but we'll be submitting your names to get the licenses, and I do know we have certain staff here that wants to make sure that their additional staff is included, so we'll make sure we have that as well.
So is this set up mostly, at least for now, as a repository of information so that we all have access to it?
Correct.
Is there any expected future use of it as a communication tool?
Yes. So right now, I just explained the repository piece of it, but it is a communication tool. Go back to the home page. Well, sometimes we share news. I know Henry already talked about on our SharePoint on our SharePoint internal communications. We have news and updates. There you go. We have the news and updates. So it is a communication form for it as well. So you'll have your documents, but you set it off with a great video of bus simulator training. Mr. Nelson came and I don't want to say he set a different standard, but it seems to be a competition with bus simulator training. We do have that. So like right now we have July 10th. So you might have not known that we didn't have a July meeting, but when you go in, you'll see that we did have. We do the.
Did you get over 5 miles an hour? Did you get over 5 miles an hour? That's all
I did. Well, what is this for looking at?
So the connector, the SharePoint, is our way of communicating for each other now, right? And let's just use it as like a landing page, it's almost like a Facebook. What we're able to do with this is share our documents. If Cheryl has an important letter, I'm using this as an example. We're talking about flood funding in the policy world, right? We need a letter to come out from Cheryl to Congress asking them to make sure that flood is fully funded, right? And she needs a comment from Chairman Nelson or some members of the board. She can drop that before the board agenda where you can have access to it, right? You can also get on this from wherever you are and peruse and say, I wonder what's going on at GRTC today internally, like communication wise. Henry, Adam is not here, and that team does a great job of making sure this thing is up. So we have a calendar that you guys can see. As I already said, the motion picture that you were nominated for Oscar, your question that is loaded, but that was one of the questions.
carry you all the way through the building?
So just follow up, for instance, when I say communications in addition to which for instance, Andrea said in this, what I think is brilliant concept of airport to convention center discussion, that's not always going to happen if we're together at the table. So when I first came on board, Cheryl, you said, the direction for board members communicate is through you. It is, well, the idea of for the better of growth of ideas and things like that, board level, whatever, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, if it hadn't happened here, whether you could have dropped it into something that other board members are saying.
Not a term. I'm looking at.
So I was actually going to ask if multiple people are discussing, is
It's a
that
FOIA.
going to violate? FOIA?
Yeah.
That's what
have a one officer Anderson with Andreas off the record, nobody else is included in that thread, fine. But once we get three, that guys are still doing that, so.
And the frequency of the communication as well, something is not like it's a one-time informational thing, isn't, but once you start simultaneously communicating with
Then
each other, you're, yeah.
Well,
you're
then it's
getting into
over.
the public.
Wouldn't it be considered just like an email, so it'd be open for you, but it would be a public meeting?
Even with regular email, if you've got more than two of you on a thread and you're answering in real time, you are in fact, you could in fact be having.
Don't tell us what. Other break.
That's a good.
And
No one's here.
We would never do.
Like, quick point on this, when they come out, just as a two thing, but I'm letting you all know, and I'll follow up your stats. When you go to push on the phone, you're gonna use the Outlook app instead of your built-in phone email. It does make things easier to switch to SharePoint, but that's it. What's in our license right now, and we wanna make sure that we can start getting the information as fast as possible, so you can log in and see all of the cool videos that I posted, actually about me. But also, Outlook is the app, you self-follow.
And that is difficult. My hope is by the August meeting, we'll have some time set aside either before or after, where we can help people set up the new campus.
To prep for that, can you tell me if this is true or not, the Outlook app will let you have two accounts?
You can have 2, 3, 4.
Is that true? Is that two?
I already have.
And you have 3 people.
Yeah,
Yeah, computer, my phone has that. Should something smarter or something?
if you're out, you can out.
Yeah.
And I think lastly, I would like to just follow up, areas for us to follow up and check. One of the things that we kind of agree on is like for, we have a new board. Everyone in here, as new board members have already said, it's not the board that we had 4 years ago. It's not the board we had 10 years ago, even 50 years ago. And we do think there's an advantageous to us to do this, as Mr. Nelson already pointed out. We have elected officials on our board. One of the major projects that we can definitely do some support on, and I know Adrian and Cheryl have been working with Councilman Robinson, is permanent transportation. If we deal with anything, I think that's one of our premier cornerstone projects that this board will take some ownership of shepherding it through. I think we have everything that we need at the base, except for one thing. I know Chairman Nelson had mentioned it earlier. It's all relationships. Central Virginia is based on relationships. Some of you guys have different doors or can move different levers a lot quicker than we can do at GRTC. So we want to make sure that we're not just meeting here saying, okay, that was a great exercise, but giving us some things to kind of sink our teeth into. I think I worked with you all individually when we were searching for the next CEO, and that was one of the main things that you guys came back with. We know what we're doing now, we're operating now, but what does the future look like? And I think with the leadership that you have now, we want to start kind of knocking out some things, kind of get this rubber on the road. So when we do have those conversations, or those type of conversations about the needs for increasing in funding with localities or what have you, for those different resources, we can make sure that everybody has turned over to you. Guess I'll turn it over to Cheryl for closing comments.
Oh, yes, well, it's been a day. Thank you all for your time, attention, and participation. We have some things to go back and work on to bring that to you, a vision statement. First and foremost, but all the projects. So please don't hesitate to follow up with us if you think something is going to be here. We're happy to do it. And just so everyone knows, we are reserving spots for board meeting day for board members. So when you enter the property and you see those spots available, we have text line, please park there. Because we take spots for our employees to make sure you park there. Otherwise, they're going to take them.
do want to challenge all of you to, before I say thank you, to try to bust in there with one. Mr. Anderson, challenged us last meeting, and I went on a day where it was hot and AC wasn't working.
Is that why you did this the first time?
Yeah, assimilated was just a bit of it. But, you know, it's a, you know, a couple minutes I had, I did okay. I mean, it's tough though. When I first watched the video, and I saw the bicycle rack expand on the front, that was not a part of the simulated exercise. So I couldn't imagine already having to make those two turns with that big steering wheel, and then you already extend it out a couple more feet. I mean, that's, it really did make me have a deeper appreciation for our operators. Because one, you can be doing everything well and have one thing go wrong, and it can really end up being catastrophic. And so, I'm appreciative of the challenge, and I challenge you guys to do the same thing. I think last year around this time, we were, I think we had just had about you before it back a couple of weeks ago. And we all kind of losing forward, and hearing that we were losing our CEO, we started a long process that ended up going a different way than we thought. And you know, I think here we are the next summer. With the new CEO, new chief of staff, you know, John holding the fort down with the finance piece, and Joe being part of the executive team, everything, all of the management. I feel like we did it in the right direction. So I want to publicly thank Cheryl for leading us over the last 6 months, and for Adrian stepping up, and to the chief of staff role, and did a great job. I feel comfortable with the direction that we're heading, and I feel optimistic about where we are right now. You know, so that most of you all, you know, feel that same way. There are some things that we need to focus on. I'm concerned with us filling the gap for staff. So hopefully the second half of the year, I don't know if you paid attention to that, operates that, what was that? Org chart. There's a lot of vacant spots. We can dream big, but if we don't have people to do the work, then that dream is going to drag along. So, though we have some incredible people, I'm looking forward to us adding some more incredible people so that we can move this along faster. We definitely still want more operators as we back up staff, and you know, the vision of expansion and efficiency and all of that, you know, all of those things. You know, I really feel like we're headed in the right direction, and I'm excited about that. We got a lot of work to do, but I also believe we got the right people to do it. So yeah, I want to thank all of you, those who think like all those who are hidden, and the board. What's the same time today? I know all of you are super busy people, and we can get some time today to discuss what is good for public transportation. So, any other comments? All right, Joe said in the church, you know, things here. You know, and in church, I say all minds and hearts are clear. We're going to end the
Yes.
I can't wait to get there.
So they're all designated. So I'm just gonna try to super years ago. Well, anyway, we'll go back to later August.
Hi, good to see you.
Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.